If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
In a dimly lit prison cell, deep in the hull of a dirty Ravager ship, a frail and malnourished 9-year-old boy lay huddled in the corner, clutching a broken Walkman cassette player. His bony frame bore the unmistakable signs of starvation, a harsh reality of his captivity. Insert picture of Peter Quill here, /N bonus points for a younger version as well. Outside the cell, a small group of Ravagers sauntered past. With a cruel sense of amusement, they tossed rotting vegetables at the defenseless boy, the putrid mess hitting him square on the head. Laughter echoed as they stumbled away, clearly intoxicated by some alien substance. Within the confines of the cell, the boy remained unmoving, his chest rising and falling weakly, his body succumbing to the harsh conditions. As his life teetered on the edge of oblivion, a sudden blue wisp materialized and shot into the cell. It collided with the young prisoner, merging seamlessly with his small form. The foreign soul intertwined with the boy's native soul, and a subtle but noticeable transformation occurred. His malnourished body began to strengthen, providing a temporary reprieve from the imminent threat of death. With a jolt, the boy woke up, his head throbbing in piercing pain. His eyes widened as a flood of memories unfolded before him. Two distinct lives clashed in his consciousness. One of a young boy named Peter, which matched his current surroundings as well as his body, and another of a 36-year-old balding man named George. The amalgamation of these two contrasting existences left Peter staring at the ceiling in wide-eyed shock. As the pain subsided and the two souls settled into a perfect fusion, Peter, or was it George, grappled with the realization that he now possessed the memories of two separate lives, in a body that felt both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. The vivid recollection of George's death, drowned by colossal whales during a calm day at sea, lingered in his mind. "I can't believe my sister was right," he thought in annoyance. Although George lived a fairly normal life as a fisherman, working on a large commercial fishing boat, he certainly died in a rather abnormal fashion. Whilst on the job during a stormy day, suddenly, a group of whales started attacking the ship, aiming for the propeller. And worst of all, his sister, Brittany, was raving about whales attacking ships, just a few days earlier. She even showed him a couple TikToks as proof, but he just shrugged it off and went right back to work. After all, he had a mortgage to pay off, and a shut-in, jobless, lazy, no good sister to take care of. Even if she was a 26-year-old shut-in, he was still her big brother and he refused to throw her out, no matter how much she annoyed him by eating his food, begging for money, or hogging the TV. They were still family, after all. One thing led to another and George fell into the water, drowning in a dark turbulent sea filled with giant, angry whales. But if I died, then how am I here? He couldn't fathom what could have happened to bring him here, but he did know one thing. I guess Brittany will have to find another guy to live off of now that I'm gone, or she can get a job, but that's not very likely. Whatever, it's not my problem anymore. He gave his sister a mental salute, knowing she was most likely going to end up homeless. "You had a good run, sis." Although his death was a harsh memory, it was a stark contrast to the hardships faced by this body's original inhabitant. The loss of a mother to cancer and subsequent alien abduction leading to the wretched conditions of his current captivity. Growing up, Peter was very close with his mother, who only died a few weeks ago, leaving him all alone. After all, he never knew his father. It was only ever him and his mother against the world. Directly after her death, Peter ran out of the hospital crying, and was almost immediately abducted by aliens. But for a naive child, who just lost his only family in the world, being abducted by aliens sounded both scary and exciting. So, at first, he didn't even bother resisting and followed them right into their ship. And that was the biggest mistake he's ever made in his entire 9 years of life. Because as soon as he was inside, the kind and welcoming smiles on the Ravager crew's faces disappeared. Instead of the space adventure he was hoping for, little Peter was thrown into a cell and practically forgotten. The aliens who abducted him only came around when they wanted to point and laugh as they fed him inedible food, which he was forced to eat in order to survive. "Kid, that was so dumb," Peter, armed with the knowledge of a grown adult, told himself. "Didn't anyone ever teach you about stranger danger? I mean, come on. How could you let Yondu trick you like that? They even broke the Walkman that Mom gave." In the darkness of the cell, Peter's eyes widened with a sudden realization. He was Peter Quill, the Marvel character known as Star-Lord, albeit in his younger form. Holy SHT, 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 holy SHT. A strange amalgamation of joy and fear emanated from both the 9-year-old child and the 36-year-old man within him. Despite the grim circumstances, and the knowledge of beings alike Dormammu, Thanos, and even his own father, Peter found solace in the knowledge that he was a character from the pages of a comic book, and a particularly cool one at that. I'm Star-Lord, Peter realized, a smile growing on his weakened face. Peter wasn't sure how he ended up here, and he didn't really care. After all, this is his second chance at life, a much more exciting life than his last one as well. I was already dead anyway, he thought, taking the fact that he transmigrated much better than most. It's not like there's anything to go back to either. It's not like George had a wife, or kids to worry about, just a sister that needed a reality check, so why complain? He was in the Marvel Universe. Even if he thought Disney had screwed it all up after Thanos' arc was finished up, Peter still felt a rush of adrenaline just thinking about his new life. But soon enough, the thrill faded as he thought about his current situation. This isn't Disney's MCU, he realized. The Yondu here was far worse. Unlike the fatherly figure that Peter Quill got in the movies, this universe's Yondu was an evil, disgusting man, who didn't seem to care for Peter in the slightest. In fact, he seemed to take great pleasure in torturing him. I need to get out of here before it's too late. Lying on the cold metal floor of his prison cell, Peter's mind raced, trying to figure out how to escape from this hellhole, but nothing ever came of it. He's just a kid after all. What can he do to the thick metal bars? And even if he could escape, what could he do to the hundreds of armed Ravagers outside? Then another thought hit him, his mind drifting due to the isolation. His father, Ego, a powerful planetary celestial, wasn't just absent from his life, he was the reason his mother was dead in the first place. He's also the reason Yondu picked me up, he thought, his anger rising. But why didn't he deliver me? Are we still on our way to him? Peter sincerely hoped not, preferring to stay here and starve than meet the man that took his mother from him. If this universe followed the same plot, which based on his memories it probably did, then his father abandoned his pregnant mother and later came back to kill her off because he found himself growing too attached. He had plans of universal domination and love was only a hindrance to his grand goals. Commitment issues at its finest. He killed my mom. Peter's voice trembled with anger, tears welling up in his eyes. For such a stupid reason. The anguish of losing his mother transformed into a burning rage, fueled by the revelation that Ego intentionally inflicted cancer upon her. Instantly, the love for his mother ignited a fierce determination for vengeance. Stewing in thoughts of patricide for what felt like hours, Peter's stomach grumbled loudly, reminding him of the pressing need for food. The merger of souls had somehow enhanced his body, granting him a temporary breather from the brink of death, but hunger persisted nonetheless. His weakened state urged him to search the dimly lit cell for anything edible, and his eyes fell upon the rotting food the Ravagers had callously thrown in earlier. Grimacing at the sight and stench of the putrid mess, Peter hesitated. I'm going to kill them all as soon as I get out of this cell. Despite the revulsion, survival instincts prevailed. With a determined sigh, he crawled over and picked up the disgusting food, visibly recoiling as he brought it to his face. Taking a deep breath, Peter took a reluctant bite, the slimy and bitter taste assaulting his senses. But still, he forced himself to eat, each bite a struggle against the urge to vomit. As Peter choked down the nauseating morsels, his surroundings suddenly reverberated with the distant sounds of explosions and gunfire. Alarms blared, signaling chaos aboard the Ravager ship. Panic seized Peter's thoughts as he hoped desperately that whoever was engaged in the firefight might unwittingly become his savior. I hope they have edible food, he thought, now deeply regretting that he ate that rotting garbage, the taste still lingering in his mouth. Why did I eat that trash? I should have just waited. After minutes of straining to hear over the sounds of distant explosions and the chaos that enveloped the Ravager ship, the sounds began to fade. The ship's vibrations settled into an eerie calm, interrupted only by the hum of distant machinery. Finally, a robed and hooded figure emerged down the dimly lit hallway, a glowing purple sword in hand. Hey! He looks like a Jedi, Peter thought, but shrugged it off as a coincidence and did his best to act like a scared child. Are you here to save me? As the mysterious man approached, he stopped in front of Peter's cell, swinging his glowing blade to slice open the bars, which clattered onto the metal floor, still melting from the intense heat. After a moment of silence, the man pulled back his hood, revealing a face that bore a striking resemblance to a young Samuel L. Jackson. Insert picture of Mace Windu here. Before him stood a man who looked remarkably like Mace Windu from Star Wars, he even has the same purple lightsaber. Peter couldn't believe his eyes. The sight confused him immensely, as this certainly wasn't Nick Fury. After all, he had both eyes, and for all Peter knew, Nick Fury could be white in this universe, like his comic book counterpart. As the reality of the situation set in, Peter couldn't contain his curiosity. "Are you a Jedi?" he blurted out, his eyes wide with a mix of awe and disbelief. C2 shockwave. Moments earlier, just as Peter and George's soul fused and became one, a sudden shockwave resonated through the Force, a universe energy that encompassed everything, from the smallest speck of dust, to the largest of radiating star. From the tiniest microscopic germ, to the biggest sum of Erminote. A/N, sum of Erminote is the biggest creature in Star Wars. Pretty much a giant tentacle monster with hundreds of eyes. They can be 7,500 meters, 24,606 feet, in length. The shockwave, seemingly caused by Peter and George's union, radiated across the galaxy like ripples on water. And unbeknownst to Peter, this disturbance in the cosmic energy was felt by every Force-sensitive being in the galaxy. Jedi Temple, Coruscant. In the serene depths of meditation, Yoda, the wise and venerable Grand Master of the Jedi Order, gasped as the Force surged unexpectedly, his ancient eyes widened, the lines on his green face deepening with a mixture of terror and fascination. The Force had seldom reacted in such a profound and violent manner. Insert picture of Yoda here. The unexpected nature of the shockwave left Yoda unsettled yet intrigued, prompting him to seek answers through the Force. Just as Yoda began to delve deeper into his meditation, a white-robed Jedi Temple guard hurriedly entered the room, his steps echoing the urgency of the situation. Before the guard could voice a single word, Yoda, still focused on the Force, spoke, "Call the Council, you must. A meeting we must hold. Sense, I will, the cause of this disturbance." The Jedi Temple guard nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly left the room to convey Yoda's message to the other members of the Jedi Council. Throughout the temple, Jedi of various ranks, from younglings to masters, felt the unsettling tremors in the Force. As Yoda resumed his meditation, he pondered the significance of this unprecedented event. The Force, like an intricate tapestry, revealed threads of destiny intertwining across the galaxies. He hoped that the Council's collective wisdom would unravel the mystery behind the cosmic disturbance that echoed through the Force. Naboo. In an opulent mansion on the lush planet Naboo, Sheev Palpatine knelt in submission before his Mutoon master, Darth Plagueis. The echoes of the Force shockwave reverberated through the elegant chambers, reaching even the dark corners where the Sith manipulated the currents of the Force for their sinister purposes. Darth Plagueis, a towering figure with pallid skin and deep-set eyes, remained seated in contemplation. The dark side of the Force surged around him, responding to the mysterious ripple that disrupted its usual currents. Insert picture of Darth Plagueis here. Palpatine, his apprentice, otherwise known as Darth Sidious, maintained his kneeling posture, uncertainty etched on his face like shadows dancing in the dim light. Insert picture of Darth Sidious. Palpatine's connection to the dark side made him sensitive to disturbances in the Force, yet the nature of this shockwave baffled even his cunning mind. Fear of the unknown, a sentiment seldom experienced by the manipulative Sith Lord, clawed at the edges of Palpatine's consciousness. Silence hung in the air, broken only by the distant sounds of Naboo's serene landscape. Eventually, the Master of the Sith spoke, his voice a low and resonant murmur that cut through the tension like a shadowy blade. "Rise, my apprentice," Plagueis commanded, his deep voice carrying an air of authority. "You must feel it. The Force trembles with an unfamiliar energy." "Yes, Master, it's strange," Palpatine obeyed, rising from his kneeling position. His piercing yellow eyes locked onto the enigmatic visage of his master, awaiting guidance in the face of this uncharted disturbance. "Look into this ripple," Plagueis continued, his tone masking the curiosity that lurked beneath his composed exterior. "Gather information from your connections in the Jedi Order, and report back to me. I'd like to know what the Jedi Council thinks of this." Palpatine, though filled with uncertainty, nodded in agreement. With a gesture from Plagueis, Palpatine departed, leaving the opulent chambers and stepping into the lush Naboo night. The Sith Lord wasted no time. His cunning mind analyzed the situation as he started reaching out to his friends on Coruscant. Meanwhile, Plagueis remained seated, delving into his own contemplation, attuned to the dark currents that surged through the Force. How odd! Deep in the vast expanse of wild space, at the far reaches of the known galaxy, the mighty Thanos, the Mad Titan, sat upon a floating throne, his imposing figure observing his daughters, Gamera and Nebula, locked in heated combat. Insert picture of Thanos here. The usual dance of death between the young siblings reached its predictable conclusion as Gamera emerged victorious. However, just as the green-skinned girl celebrated her triumph over her blue-skinned sister, an unseen force ripped through the area. Insert picture of Gamera here. Insert picture of Nebula here. A shockwave surged through the very fabric of the universe, and even the mighty Thanos, who had dabbled in the mysteries of the Force, found himself affected. Gamera and Nebula, too, staggered under the unforeseen impact, their small frames trembling with the echoes of the Force. As the cosmic ripple subsided, Thanos shooed his daughters away with a dismissive wave of his hand. His deep, gravelly voice resonated through the cosmic chamber, "Leave me." Gamera and Nebula exchanged perplexed glances but obeyed their father's command, scurrying out of the room. The towering titan closed his eyes, delving into a meditation that transcended the physical realm. His meager knowledge encompassed the Force, an energy that connected all living things, and he sought to decipher the meaning behind this disturbance that even he, in all his might, could not ignore. In the corridors outside, Nebula followed Gamera out, surprisingly upbeat. The lack of punishment from their father for her defeat was an unexpected victory in her eyes. Her few cybernetic enhancements glinted as she skipped along, reveling in the unusual turn of events. Usually, when she loses to Gamera, her father would punish her, and lately his punishments have been getting worse and worse, hence the cybernetic enhancements on a child's body. Not only was her father beginning to force these upgrades on her, but he would do so without numbing the pain, adding salt to the wound of an already grotesque punishment. "Gamera, what do you think that was back there?" "Father seemed pretty serious about it," Nebula asked as she followed after Gamera. Although Thanos did all he could to ruin their relationship, Nebula tried her best not to blame her sister for their father's actions. Even though she's constantly pitted against Gamera, and loses every time, she still sees her as family, and tries to get close to her, but... "I don't know," Gamera answered plainly as she walked off, not even looking back at her sister. "Oh okay," she muttered, unsure how to carry on the conversation. "So do you want to play a game? We don't have to practice anymore since father is busy." "No." Gamera answered, either unaware or uncaring of her sister's feelings. "And stop following me," she huffed in annoyance as she turned a corner, leaving Nebula behind. Nebula stopped dead in her tracks as her little hands tightened into fists. "Why is everyone so mean to me?" she asked herself. In her father's eyes, she was nothing but a failure, which made her a failure to all of his lackeys as well. Nebula's only hope was Gamera, who used to treat her kindly, but sadly, those happy days seemed to be long gone. Running in the opposite direction, as her sister told her not to follow, Nebula's vision grew cloudy as tears rolled down her cheeks. Across the vast expanse of the galaxy, every Force-sensitive individual felt the shockwave. From the unknown tribes dwelling on backwater planets, who regarded the Force as an ancient magic, to the formidable Night Sisters of Dathomir, a ripple coursed through their beings like a distant echo. Each, in their own way, felt the disturbance that emanated from the fusion of Peter and George's souls. But only one was close enough to the shockwave to follow the ripples back to its source. In the vastness of space, Mace Windu, the esteemed Jedi Master, floated in meditative tranquility aboard his ship. The gentle hum of the vessel's engines echoed in the background as he sought to center his connection with the Force. However, an unexpected shockwave in the Force disrupted his serene meditation, though he could sense that the disturbance he felt was very close to his current location. Rushing into the cockpit of his ship, Windu followed the trail of the disturbance, guided by the Force itself. The Ravager ship, a rusty and worn vessel, came into view, drifting lazily against the backdrop of stars. Mace Windu couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency emanating from the source of the cosmic anomaly. Hailing the Ravager ship through his communication system, Windu awaited a response. After a brief moment, a blue-skinned figure with an electronic mohawk appeared on the screen. Insert picture of Yondu here. Yondu, the leader of the Ravager vessel, seemed disoriented and possibly under the influence of some illegal substances. "What's up, you lost or something?" Yondu's words came out in a confusing mumble as he squinted at the holographic display. Behind him, Windu could see all sorts of ruffians, and all of them seemed just as inebriated as Yondu. Mace Windu, maintaining his Jedi composure, responded with a calm but firm tone, "I am Mace Windu, Jedi Master. I have sensed a disturbance in the Force originating from this ship. Identify yourself and prepare to be boarded." Yondu chuckled, seemingly amused by the Jedi's presence. "Well, ain't you a fancy one? You them monks with the glowing sticks, right? Disturbance, you say? Well, let me tell ye, we got a few issues here, but I doubt it's any of your business, he said, tauntingly. Growing wary of Yondu's dubious demeanor, Yondu ended the call, deciding to take matters into his own hands. Navigating his ship with precision, he approached the Ravager vessel. The docking process was anything but smooth, as he had to brute force the connection between the two ships. Docked with the Ravager ship, Mace Windu, clad in his Jedi robes, ignited his purple lightsaber. Prepared for the potential confrontation ahead, he steeled himself and made his way into the Ravager ship. C3 Windu vs Ravagers. Entering the Ravager ship, Mace Windu was welcomed by a chaotic scene of debauchery. The air was thick with the pungent scent of illegal narcotics, and the dimly lit corridors were filled with the dissonant sounds of revelry. Ravagers, sprawled across the floor, were entangled in a drug-induced stupor, their alien physiology reacting wildly to the substances they had consumed. Used syringes and vials lay scattered like confetti, a testament to the excesses of their drug-fueled partying. Some of them had clearly overdosed, twitching and convulsing, on the brink of death. In the corners of the room, black-colored powder formed into lines, an otherworldly narcotic resembling cocaine, further emphasizing the reckless abandon that pervaded the ship. Windu crinkled his nose at the horrific sight, his Jedi sensibilities repulsed by the scene unfolding before him. Disgusting, he thought. Amidst the chaos, Yondu, with his distinct electronic mohawk flickering, approached, flanked by a large group of armed and clearly intoxicated Ravagers. Their eyes glowed with a manic fervor, a combination of substance-induced euphoria and the thrill of impending violence. "Welcome to the party, monk." Yondu slurred his words, a harsh laughter escaping his lips. "You brought us a ship and that fancy stick of yours. Ain't that sweet of ye? We'll make good use of 'em, don't you worry." The Ravagers echoed Yondu's laughter, their erratic movements and incoherent speech betraying the extent of their intoxication. Windu, however, remained undeterred. The Force guided him with a sense of urgency deeper into the ship. Ignoring Yondu's jests and the clamor around him, the Jedi Master pressed forward, his lightsaber humming in his hand, casting a violet glow in the dimly lit corridors. "Seems like the monk ain't interested in joinin' our fun," Yondu remarked, his amusement morphing into irritation. "Boys, let's give him a proper Ravager welcome, shall we?" As Yondu issued the command, the armed Ravagers, their weapons a mismatched collection of salvaged blasters and makeshift arms, stumbled to attention. Some of them fumbled with their firearms, clearly too intoxicated to be operating them. Windu, sensing the impending threat, quickened his pace. His highly trained senses warning him of the attack to come. "Open fire!" Yondu barked, his frustration turning to anger as Windu pressed forward, the Force propelling his every move. The Ravagers, in their intoxicated state, followed orders with a chaotic enthusiasm. Blaster bolts streaked through the air, creating a wall of deathly energy. Windu, a blur of Jedi agility, deftly deflected the incoming shots with his lightsaber, his every movement swift and efficient. Knowing he couldn't reach his destination without dealing with the intoxicated Ravagers, Windu made a swift decision to eliminate all of the obstacles in his path. The Force guided him with a sense of urgency, a whisper in his mind urging him to finish this quickly. As blaster bolts sailed towards him, Windu moved like the wind. Dodging and deflecting, he redirected the bolts back at the Ravagers with precise accuracy. The deflected bolts found their marks, taking down the intoxicated pirates one by one. The violet glow of Windu's lightsaber danced through the chaotic scene, a beacon of order in the midst of the Ravagers' debauchery. As he closed the distance, Ravagers armed with an assortment of swords, spears, and makeshift weapons rushed at him. Windu, an expert duelist, handled the incoming melee attacks with finesse. With a simple swing of his lightsaber, he effortlessly sliced through the weapons of the charging Ravagers. Their eyes widened in shock as their weapons were rendered useless against the Jedi's unstoppable energy sword. The Ravagers, unaccustomed to facing a force as powerful as a Jedi, found themselves at a disadvantage. Before they could react, Windu continued his advance, his lightsaber an unstoppable force against the seemingly feeble attempts to stop him. In a matter of moments, the weaponless Ravagers stood defenseless before him. Windu's lightsaber danced through the air, a deadly swipe that left a trail of fallen enemies in its wake. The remaining Ravagers, now fully aware of the truth behind the Jedi legends, couldn't comprehend the swiftness and precision with which Windu dispatched their comrades. They had heard incredible stories about the Jedi, but wrote them off as fairy tales, a mistake they now regret. At this point, half of Yondu's men lay defeated, their bodies scattered across the floor. Panic gripped Yondu as he observed the decimation of his crew, the electronic mohawk atop his head flickered in alarm. Yondu, undeterred by the chaos, locked eyes with Yondu. The force pulsed through him, a constant reminder of the urgent task that awaited him deep in the Ravager ship. Without a word, he moved forward, his lightsaber poised for a killing blow. In his drug-riddled state, Yondu's panic transformed into a desperate frenzy. Realizing the severity of the situation, he let out a loud whistle, activating his cybernetic mohawk and summoning the arrow holstered on his hip. Instantly, the arrow ignited with a bright red glow, shooting toward the Jedi. The arrow danced through the air, guided by Yondu's whistle, aiming for the Jedi Master with deadly precision. Yondu's eyes widened as the peculiar weapon approached. In a swift move, he sidestepped the arrow, which whizzed past him and struck a large canister. The impact triggered a violent explosion, sending shockwaves through the corridor, nearly knocking Yondu off his feet. Regaining his balance, the Jedi Master braced himself for the impending onslaught of blaster bolts from the remaining Ravagers. Amidst the chaos, Yondu's laughter echoed through the smoke-filled air. "Thought you could F***ck with the Ravagers and live, did ye?" he taunted. Ignoring Yondu's taunts, Yondu deftly deflected the incoming blaster bolts with his lightsaber. His every move swift and precise, redirecting the energy projectiles back at the intoxicated Ravagers. The chaotic symphony of gunfire and lightsaber hum filled the air. As Yondu whistled once more, the arrow returned, aiming for Yondu's back, a victorious grin on his blue face. But sadly for Yondu, his opponent sensed the impending danger. And with a well-timed levitation of a piece of scrap from the earlier explosion, Yondu deflected the arrow, sending it shooting in another direction. Yondu's smirk faltered as the arrow veered off course. Seizing the opportunity, Yondu hurled the same piece of scrap at Yondu, which struck him in the chest, knocking him into a wall. With Yondu momentarily out of the picture, Yondu closed the distance between the annoying Ravagers, who continued to fire in his direction. His lightsaber danced through the air, swiftly dispatching the remaining Ravagers in his path. Their bodies crumpled to the ground, blood pooling underneath them. Turning to face Yondu, Yondu locked eyes with the Ravager leader. Scared, angry, and desperate, Yondu resumed his whistling, unleashing his arrow across the ship. Explosions erupted in its wake as Yondu, eyes closed, relying on his keen senses and his connection to the Force to dodge each deadly attack. "Stay still, you Jedi scum!" Yondu yelled, frustration evident in his voice as he desperately attempted to land a hit. But Yondu remained steadfast, seemingly untouchable, his form constantly in motion. Frustration turned to anger as Yondu's attempts continued to miss their mark. "Just die already!" he shouted, his whistling intensifying. The ship echoed with the sounds of destruction as explosions erupted from every corner. In the midst of the chaos, Yondu, with eyes still closed, sensed the perfect moment. The arrow materialized again, heading straight for him. With a calculated move, he raised his lightsaber, allowing the arrow to plunge into its violet blade. The energy sword consumed the arrow, melting it away in a matter of seconds. Simultaneously, Yondu screamed in agony as the cybernetic mohawk atop his head short-circuited. Electric currents surged through his body, causing him to crumble to his knees. Yondu, with nothing left to stand in his way, approached the now vulnerable Ravager leader. Panic filled Yondu's eyes as he desperately scrambled for a nearby blaster, one of his men's cold, lifeless hands still gripping the weapon. Just as he reached for it, a purple lightsaber descended, severing his outstretched hand. Yondu's agonized scream filled the air as he clutched his severed arm. Yondu, his gaze cold and unwavering, looked down at the disarmed Ravager leader who looked up at him, his eyes filled with hatred. F***ing monk mother. Having heard more than enough foul language for one day, the Jedi Master swung his lightsaber, cleanly severing Yondu's head from his shoulders. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground, and silence settled over the chaos that had consumed the Ravager ship. In the aftermath, Yondu stood alone, surrounded by the remnants of the battle, his eyes drawn deeper into the dark halls of the unfamiliar Ravager ship. Following the Force's guidance, Yondu stepped over the bodies of the defeated Ravagers, navigating deeper into the ship's dimly lit corridors. The air was heavy with a foul stench, but Yondu remained focused on the urgent pull guiding him. As he moved through the labyrinthine passages, he eventually arrived at the ship's prison hold. Within the dark, cold, and stinking confines of the prison, Yondu discovered a child. Covered in filth, with a body reduced to skin and bone, the young boy bore the clear signs of prolonged starvation. Scars adorned his fragile form, testaments to the unimaginable abuse suffered at the hands of the Ravagers Yondu had just slain. The child, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and hope, looked up at Yondu as he stuttered, "Are you here to save me?" The Jedi Master's heart sank at the sight of the suffering child. With a solemn determination, he swiped his lightsaber across the prison cell bars, sending them clattering to the ground. Stepping inside, Yondu pulled down his hood, revealing his stern yet compassionate expression. As his face was revealed, the child's eyes seemed to widen for a moment. "Are you a Jedi?" the boy asked, a mix of curiosity and awe in his voice. "Yes," Yondu affirmed, his deep voice resonating with reassurance. "I'm Jedi Master Mace Windu. What's your—" Before he could continue, the boy suddenly gagged, his frail frame convulsing as he vomited. Rotten food, a cruel sustenance provided by the Ravagers, sprayed onto Windu's shoes. Stepping back in disgust, Yondu regarded his soiled footwear, momentarily repulsed by the reminder of the child's suffering. However, he quickly set aside his own discomfort, refocusing on the boy who had endured unimaginable hardships. Peter, recovering from his involuntary expulsion, looked up with an apologetic expression. I am sorry," he mumbled, his voice weak. "It's not your fault," Yondu reassured him. "Let's get you out of here." As the words left Windu's lips, the boy's eyes began to droop, exhaustion finally taking its toll. Falling unconscious due to his extreme condition, his frail form slumped against the cold floor of the prison cell. With a sense of urgency, Yondu gently lifted the unconscious child into his arms. Exiting the prison hold, Yondu cradled Peter, determined to bring the young survivor to safety and heal the wounds inflicted by the Ravagers. A/N, 1921 words, smiley face. Chapter 4, C4 midi-chlorian count? Taking Peter to his ship, Yondu carefully deposited him inside the medbay, a sterile chamber filled with the hum of medical equipment. The young boy's fragile form lay on the examination bed, surrounded by an array of beeping machines. A medical droid, sleek and efficient, glided over to begin its evaluation. "Is this a new patient, Master Jedi?" the droid asks, its voice high-pitched and electronic. Yondu nodded, "Yes, give him a full examination, he wasn't in the best condition when I found him." "Oh, dear," the droid muttered as it began its work. "I'll do all that I can." As the droid initiated its tests, Yondu retreated to the cockpit, overseeing the undocking from the Ravager ship. The ship shifted as it detached from the pirate vessel. Engaging the autopilot, he guides the ship on its course back to Coruscant. Returning to the medbay, Yondu found Peter connected to various machines, each fulfilling a crucial role in his recovery. Some devices monitored his vitals, while others administered medications and vaccinations that the young boy surprisingly lacked. A hose descended into Peter's mouth leading all the way to his stomach, delivering a nourishing grayish-brown paste, addressing the immediate need for sustenance. Approaching the bed, Yondu observed Peter's fragile state with a mix of concern and pity etched on his stern face. Turning to the medical droid, he inquired, "What have you found?" The droid responded with a litany of issues: malnutrition, severe dehydration, extensive scarring from physical abuse, and the shocking absence of Republic-mandated vaccinations. Yondu frowned, absorbing the gravity of Peter's suffering. "Will he recover?" "He will need time to recover, Jedi Master Yondu," the droid replied, its metallic voice devoid of emotion. "However, with proper care, a healthy diet, exercise and medication, he should be as good as new in a month or two." A sigh of relief escaped Yondu's lips as he thanked the Force. The responsibility of saving a life weighed heavily on his Jedi shoulders, and the prospect of failure was not an option. Expressing gratitude to the droid for its diligent work, Yondu couldn't help but watch over Peter for a moment. The boy, lost in healing slumber, appeared vulnerable yet resilient. Yondu's thoughts lingered on the mysterious connection that led him to this child, a connection fabricated by the Force itself, bringing him to this unknown child. As the medical droid continued its tasks, Yondu asked, "Can you test his midi-chlorian count?" A/N, just a warning, I'm changing what midi-chlorians are in this story. In normal Star Wars, midi-chlorians are sentient intelligent beings that live in the cells of every living beings. That will not be the same in this story. Midi-chlorians are microscopic particles that originated from the foundation of all life, ultimately residing within the cells of all living organisms, connecting them to the Force. Through countless years of testing and experimentation, the Jedi and the Sith have both learned one very important thing. The higher the midi-chlorian count, the higher sensitivity that person has to the Force. Those with a higher midi-chlorian count, like Jedi Grandmaster Yoda, who sits at a whopping 17,700 midi-chlorians per cell in his body, are able to more easily connect to the Force, allowing them to wield its power at a much higher level than everyone else. With a nod, the droid collected a small sample of Peter's blood and inserted it into a handheld device for analysis. The room fell into a momentary silence as the device processed the information. Yondu, his gaze fixed on the droid, couldn't anticipate the revelation that awaited him. The droid, after a brief pause, announced the astonishing result. Jedi Master Yondu, the youngling's midi-chlorian count exceeds 40,000. The words hung in the air, a revelation that echoed through the Force itself. Yondu, unsure as to whether the machine was broke or not, instructed, "Run it again." He was reluctant to accept what he just heard. After all, even half that number would send the Jedi Council into a frenzy. "Yes, sir." The droid ran it again and again, and they even tried 2 other devices, but each subsequent test yielded the same extraordinary result. 40,000 midi-chlorians in every cell of his body, more than double Grandmaster Yoda. Yondu's mind raced as he contemplated the implications. Could he be the chosen one? He muttered in shock before turning to the droid, a deadly serious look on his face. "Watch over him and make sure there's no mistakes. We can't afford to overlook anything when it comes to his health. I'll go inform the council of our findings." "Yes, sir." Days slipped by in the sterile embrace of the medbay. Tubes and wires snaked around Peter, connecting him to various machines that monitored his recovery. On the 3rd day since his rescue, as they were getting close to their destination, consciousness returned like a slow tide, and Peter awoke to find a metal droid looming over him, its unblinking gaze fixed on his eyes. Startled, Peter nearly jumped out of his skin. The droid, with a voice that resembled a high-pitched hum, spoke, "Good, you're awake." It said excitedly, "Wait here, I'll go to inform Jedi Master Yondu of your awakening." Alone in the medbay, Peter's memories flooded back. He had been rescued by a Jedi, and the embarrassing incident of puking on the Jedi Master's shoes played vividly in his mind. Despite the less-than-heroic introduction, Peter couldn't shake the feeling of gratitude for being saved from the clutches of the Ravagers. Just as he began to relax into the bed, suddenly, Peter's eyes widened as he quickly searched his pockets, only calming down again as he pulled out his broken Walkman. "I still have it," he smiled as he held the cracked device closely, swearing to get it fixed as soon as possible so that he could hear his mother's mixtapes once again. Stashing his most prized possession away for the time being, Peter pondered his current circumstances. "I'm Peter Quill, but this isn't just the Marvel Universe. It's also Star Wars," somehow he thought, contemplating all of the added dangers and opportunities this might bring. While he was deep in thought, Mace Windu entered the medbay, his tall figure casting a commanding presence. "Do you remember me?" He spoke gently, breaking Peter from his thoughts. "Yeah, thanks for saving me." Peter nodded, offering a sheepish apology, "I'm sorry about your shoes." Windu smiled a bit as he waved off Peter's concerns. "Don't worry about it. As a Jedi, physical attachments mean nothing. I can simply buy a new pair." Peter, still embarrassed, reluctantly nodded as he introduced himself. "I'm Peter Quill, by the way. I didn't have a chance to introduce myself earlier. Do you have any family, Peter?" Windu asked as Peter shook his head. "My mother passed away before the Ravagers took me, and my father was never in our lives," he answered, a sad tilt to his voice. "I'm sorry for your loss," Windu replied, and with a calm demeanor, offered a proposal. "How about I take you to the Jedi Temple? You're Force-sensitive, and with the right training, you could become a Jedi." Peter, intrigued by the prospect, asked. "How can you tell that I'm Force-sensitive? I felt a disturbance in the Force, which led me to you." "There is no doubt, you can become a Jedi as long as you put your mind to it," Windu explained. However, he tactfully omitted any mention of Peter's exceptionally high midi-chlorian count or the inkling that he might be the chosen one. After all, he didn't want Peter to get too full of himself, and a large ego is one of the worst things for a Jedi to have. Eager for answers, Peter pressed further. "Why me? How would the Force lead you to me? What even is the Force?" he added, pretending that he didn't already know. Windu chose his words carefully. "The Force is what gives a Jedi his power. It's an energy field created by all living things. It surrounds us and penetrates us, binding the galaxy together." He paused for a moment before continuing. The Force tends to work in mysterious ways, and it's the duty of the Jedi to follow the will of the Force, even if we may not always understand it. And our meeting was the will of the Force. The simple explanation left much unsaid, but Yondu recognized the importance of not burdening the young boy with the weight of his own destiny just yet. After a thoughtful pause, Peter spoke. I'm willing to become a Jedi, if they'll have me. It wasn't a hard decision to come to. After all, his mother was gone, his father is a psychopathic god, and here he was, a child with 2 lives worth of knowledge and experience, in an unfamiliar galaxy. The safest option right now is to join the Jedi and use them to grow while I figure out what to do with this new life of mine, Peter thought as he eyed the lightsaber dangling off of Yondu's belt. Getting a laser sword and some Force training is just an added bonus. Yondu, with a nod of approval, assured Peter, although you're a bit old to enter the academy, I'll do my best to convince the Jedi Council to make an exception. Too old? Peter raised a questioning brow. I'm only 9 years old. Yondu quickly explained. The Jedi Temple only takes recruits from ages 1 to 5 years old. The only reason that you would be given a chance is because of the will of the Force, Peter interjected, which brought a smile to Yondu's face. See? You're already starting to get it. Yondu said confidently. We'll make a proper Jedi out of you yet. Soon enough, the medical droid returned and swiftly kicked Yondu out of the room, stating that Peter needed to rest. I'll return to check on you later. Yondu said as he was rushed out of the room. If you can, I would suggest getting some sleep. We'll be arriving on Coruscant in a few hours, and I'm sure the Jedi Council will want to meet you before making a decision about your acceptance. All right, I'll try to sleep, if I can. Peter nodded as the room cleared and the door hissed shut, leaving him alone. Almost an hour passed as Peter tried to sleep, but his body just didn't seem to need any more rest. After all, he's been asleep for days already. What the hell am I supposed to do now? He asked himself as he stared up at the ceiling, an idea suddenly coming to mind. I could try to meditate and feel the Force. Sitting up in the sterile medbay, Peter decided to see if Yondu was right about him being Force sensitive or not. Closing his eyes, he regulated his breathing, attempting to calm himself and reach out to feel whatever he could. Anticipating that results might take time, he was surprised when, after only a minute, he felt it. The Force was all around him and within him, like an unseen ocean he hadn't known he was swimming in until now. The revelation brought a genuine smile to Peter's face, he was indeed Force sensitive. Unbeknownst to Peter, as he delved deeper into his meditation, the Force responded in kind. His connection grew stronger, and he began to float and hover a few inches above the medbay bed. It was an unintentional manifestation of his newfound abilities, a testament to the potency of the Force coursing through him. Hours slipped away as Peter continued to explore this ethereal realm. In that time, the ship neared its destination, Coruscant, the capital of the galaxy, coming into view through the vessel's cockpit. The sprawling cityscape of towering buildings and traffic-filled skies unfolded before him, a stark contrast to the familiar nature of Earth. Still immersed in his meditation, Peter was unaware of the ship's arrival. His connection to the Force, however, kept him buoyant and attuned to the ebb and flow of the energy that bound the galaxy together. As the vessel descended towards the planet, Peter's eyes suddenly widened as he felt the planet and its many inhabitants through the Force, his body falling back into the bed. What the F***ck was that? A/N, 2092 words, smiley face, C5 becoming a Jedi. As the vessel approached the planet's surface, a wave of darkness washed over Peter's senses, an unsettling sensation that permeated the very essence of the world below. The planet felt cold and lifeless, its inhabitants drowning in despair. The majority of the population seemed to be living extremely hard and hopeless lives, and he felt every bit of the feelings that accompanied such a life. Before he could think on it for too long, Yondu's entrance interrupted his contemplation. We've arrived and the council is expecting us, he said, looking Peter over for a moment. Are you ready? Despite the disconcerting revelation, Peter shook off the lingering unease, compelled to focus on the immediate task at hand. Yeah, just give me a second, Peter nodded, checking over his belongings, finding his Walkman and mixtapes safely stored in his pockets. Yondu noticed how Peter checked over his belongings, prompting him to inquire, what's so important about those? With a hint of nostalgia in his eyes, Peter replied, it's my music. My mom used to make these mixtapes filled with all of her favorite songs. They're the only thing I have left of her. Yondu nodded, not sure how to tell him about the Jedi's thoughts on possessions like these. After all, if he wants to become a Jedi, then Peter would have to give these possessions up sooner or later. Following Yondu out of the medbay, Peter's senses continued to echo the disharmony of the planet. The feeling lingered like a shadow, leaving him with the constant feeling of unease. As they reached the ship's exit, Peter gazed upon the towering Jedi temple, its grandeur both impressive and foreboding. Peter's eyes narrowed slightly as he felt an ominous aura coming from below the temple. What's with this planet? Even the Jedi temple feels off, he wondered, searching his memory for an explanation for this. But sadly, he couldn't find one. Although his knowledge of Star Wars was good, as he's seen most of the movies, that didn't mean he knew, or even remembered everything. I should have slacked off more in my last life. Peter regretted his time spent working. Instead, he should have been like his shut-in sister and watched movies all day. The duo stepped onto the platform, greeted by the sight of Jedi guards standing vigilantly at the temple entrance. As they approached, the guards informed them that the council awaited their presence. The grandeur of the Jedi temple overwhelmed Peter as they entered, making their way through the halls and up to a pair of tall double doors. Each door was guarded by a Jedi, their watchful eyes fixated on the approaching duo. Yondu paused at the door and turned to Peter. "Are you ready?" Peter nodded his head. "Yeah, I think so." Soon enough, the doors swung open, revealing the Jedi Council chamber inside. Upon entering, Peter's gaze met the wise eyes of Yoda at the center, surrounded by other masters who scrutinized him with an intensity that made him uneasy. Insert picture of the entire council here, A/N, I'm sure there's one of them sitting together somewhere. Memories of Yoda from the movies flashed through Peter's mind, the realization settling in that he stood before the Jedi Council, a momentous occasion that he hadn't expected when he woke up as a 9-year-old Peter Quill. Yondu took his place among the council, leaving Peter to stand alone before the formidable assembly. Feeling the weight of their collective scrutiny, Peter waved awkwardly, hello. Before anyone could reply to Peter's awkward greeting, Yoda, a master of the council, muttered in shock, such strength in the Force. The surprising presence of Yoda, a female of Yoda's unknown alien race, caught Peter off guard. He couldn't recall her from the movies, but her words resonated with the collective wisdom of the council. Yoda, acknowledging Yoda's observation, nodded in agreement. The Force emanated from Peter like a radiant glow, an undeniable aura that enveloped him and illuminated his surroundings. Yoda greeted Peter, "Greetings, young Peter Quill. Speak, you shall, of who you are and whence you come." Peter, feeling a bit intimidated by the room full of wise and scrutinizing Jedi, began to share his story. "I'm from a planet called Earth. My mom passed away a month ago, never knew my dad. I lived a normal life till I got nabbed and imprisoned by Ravagers. That's about it." Nods of acknowledgement circled the council as Peter gave an extremely brief recount of his life. Yoda, however, pressed further, "And a Jedi, you wish to become?" Instantly, as soon as that question left Yoda's mouth, the council erupted into a spirited debate, with half expressing concern over Peter's age, deeming him too old for Jedi training. The other half, driven by an unspoken belief, saw potential in him, knowing that he might be the chosen one. Though they couldn't exactly say that, as Yondu asked them to keep this detail from Peter, knowing it could lead to an unhealthy mindset for a child. Yoda, growing tired of the discord, struck his cane against the ground, silencing the room. Turning his gaze to Peter once more, he posed the pivotal question, "A Jedi, you wish to become, young Peter?" Caught in the crossfire of conflicting opinions, Peter hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yes, if you'll have me." Yoda's approval came in the form of a nod, as he instructed, "Wait outside, you must. Deliberate on our decision, we will." Peter nodded before turned to look at all of the masters set before him. "Can I just say one thing before I go?" he asks, receiving nods all around. "Thank you I may be older than your normal recruits, but I can promise that I'll do my best to meet any expectations you may have of me. I learn fast and I've been told that I'm mature for my age. Just give me a chance and I promise not to disappoint you." As he spoke, the council's eyes glared into him, constantly assessing. Peter wasn't sure whether his little speech helped change any minds or not, but it was worth a try. Mace nodded, a small smile on his face as he waved Peter off. "You can go now, Peter. We'll call you back in a moment." Stepping out into the hall, the doors closed behind him, leaving Peter with the silent, stoic guards. As he stood there, waiting to be called back inside, a mix of excitement and uncertainty coursed through him. A/N, I'm going to be introducing some council members in this portion, so if you want to, feel free to add picture for them. Within the hallowed walls of the Jedi Council chamber, a fervent debate ensued. Master Ki-Adi-Mondi, a tall and wise Syrian, voiced his concern, he's too old. Jedi training demands schooling from a young age. Opposite him, Master Shakti, a Togruta known for her serene demeanor, countered, yet, the Force is incredibly strong with him. We have felt it. The prophecy of the Chosen One may find its fulfillment through him. After all, he doesn't have a father. The prophecy of the Chosen One has been passed down through the Jedi Order for a very long time. It states, a Chosen One shall come, born of no father, and through him will ultimate balance in the Force be restored. Although Peter's power in the Force was a sign of him being the Chosen One, it was his lack of a father that really convinced the Council. As Peter said, he never knew his father, and that lines up perfectly with what was foretold in the prophecy. As the councillors argued, Master CZ Tyan, with his distinctive horned head, pointed out, age is not the sole determinant of one's potential. We have witnessed older younglings exhibit remarkable restraint before. Yondu spoke next. He has already faced hardships, an experience that may grant him resilience and understanding beyond his years. Yiddle couldn't help but add, but it could also lead him down a dark path if he can't overcome it. The debate swayed back and forth, mirroring the internal conflict of the council members. Master Even Pyle, a Lannic man with a small frame and large ears, voiced skepticism, exceptions aren't the Jedi way. It's dangerous to bend the rules. Yariel Poof, the Caermian with a long neck and wise demeanor, added, this could set a precedent. Others may seek leniency, citing his exception. Master Ethkoth, his Zabrak features stern, argued, yet, the Force has a will of its own. It guides us, and we must follow it. Amidst the chaos of differing opinions, Yoda, Yiddle, and Yondu exchanged knowing glances. Yoda, the ancient and revered master, raised his hand, calling for silence. Hear the Force, we must. An exception, this may be. Strong is the will of the Force towards this one. Yiddle added her support, the future is clouded but he has potential. We should give him a chance. Yondu, the stern and pragmatic Jedi, agreed, the Force has brought him to our doorstep. Denying his potential goes against our principles. These three venerable masters, each with their unique insights, carried weight among the council. The room fell into a contemplative hush as the councillors absorbed the words of Yoda, Yiddle, and Yondu. Master Yariel Poof, usually steadfast in his views, nodded in agreement. The Force speaks through you, Grand Master Yoda. An exception we shall make. With the decision made, Yoda stood, his small stature contradicting his commanding presence. The will of the Force, we follow. Young Peter Quill, a Jedi, he may become. The councillors, though some still harbored reservations, ultimately respected the wisdom of Yoda. As the Grand Master of the Order, just a few words could sway the direction of all Jedi. As Peter stood outside, suddenly, the chamber doors creaked open, and a Jedi guard signaled for Peter to return. As he stepped back into the vast room, the atmosphere had shifted, a sense of resolution lingered in the air. Yoda's eyes met Peter's, his voice carrying the weight of the Council's decision. Young Peter Quill, a decision, we have made, a Jedi, you shall become. C6 Padawan Obi-Wan Kenobi. After being accepted into the Jedi Order, Yondu led Peter through its vast corridors, explaining the significance of each area with a measured cadence. As they strolled through the training grounds, Peter saw all types of alien people harnessing the Force and using it in all sorts of different ways. Some were simply levitating objects while others were dueling with lightsabers clashing at inhuman speeds. The atmosphere, although serene, crackled with an energy that Peter couldn't quite grasp. The younglings training nearby cast curious glances in his direction, and Peter couldn't shake the feeling that all eyes were on him as he realized. I'm probably going to be forced to live with these kids from now on. The prospect of being stuck in a place surrounded by people who are far less mature and aware than he is was a hard pill to swallow. I should keep my distance. I refuse to be a babysitter. Here we are, Yondu announced as they arrived at the dorm area. The doors whooshed open to reveal a series of neatly arranged rooms, each bearing the name of its young occupant. Yondu led Peter to his designated room, and upon entering, Peter was met with a surprisingly comfortable space. This is your room, Peter. Make yourself at home, Yondu said, gesturing to the modest and plain surroundings. The room was basically a metal box with a small desk by the window, and a neatly made bed. It felt more like a prison cell than a bedroom, but Peter would make do. Although Peter appreciated the fact that his room didn't seem to be made for a child, it made him wonder whether the other children were being taken care of properly. Are all of the children given rooms like this? Yondu continued, you'll find everything you need here. Clothes, personal items, and essentials are all provided. Take your time to settle in. Examining the provided wardrobe, Peter discovered a set of traditional Jedi robes along with more casual attire. Yondu guided him through the contents of the room, detailing each item's purpose. These are your training materials, the bathroom is through that door, and here's a day top pad for your studies. He listed off before eyeing Peter with a serious look in his eyes. The Jedi path requires dedication and discipline, but you're not alone. We'll be here to guide you. As Yondu spoke, Peter felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation. The transition from a homeless child in a foreign galaxy to a Jedi youngling was both surreal and daunting. With a final nod, Yondu left Peter alone in his new quarters. The door closed with a soft hiss, enveloping Peter in a moment of solitude. He took a deep breath, trying to absorb the reality of his current situation. The weight of everything seemed to settle on his shoulders, leaving him in silent contemplation. I'm really doing this, Peter thought, imagining the path that lay ahead. He glanced at the Jedi robes laid out on the bed, a tangible representation of the choice that he made. In the quiet of the room, Peter took a shower to freshen up and changed into his new Jedi attire, each fold and drape a symbol of his new commitment to the Jedi Order. As he looked at himself in the small mirror, he saw not just Peter Quill but a potential Jedi in the making. Insert picture of a Jedi youngling, just to show the clothes. With newfound determination, Peter set about organizing his belongings, which wasn't much. His mixtapes, a broken Walkman, and an old picture of his mother alongside the letter she gave him before her passing, each found a place on the desk, making up the entirety of his personal belongings. Staring down at the unusable gifts that his mother gave him, Peter felt a surmounting urge to break down and cry. I need to fix this, he steeled himself and began to fiddle with his busted Walkman. Hours passed and Peter grew increasingly frustrated with each failed attempt to repair his Walkman. The old machinery resisted his efforts, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he was making it worse. Soon enough, a wave of anger surged within him, directed at the broken device and himself for not being able to repair it. As his frustration intensified, the room seemed to respond. The desk trembled, and the bed shook as if echoing Peter's inner turmoil. He stared in disbelief as his surroundings mirrored the chaos within. What's happening? Peter wondered, feeling a strange connection between his emotions and the physical disturbance. The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning, he was unconsciously wielding the Force. The power he had seen Jedi use on the training grounds was now responding to his emotions. Wide-eyed, Peter struggled to comprehend the magnitude of this revelation. Was that me? Did I just use the Force? Concern edged across his face. Peter forced himself to calm down. He took deep breaths, trying to suppress the anger that had unwittingly unleashed the Force within him. The room gradually stilled as Peter regained control, leaving him both bewildered and intrigued by the untapped potential he seemed to possess. Before Peter could delve too deeply into his newfound abilities, the door to his room slid open, making him wonder, did someone notice? But thankfully that didn't seem to be the case. In walked a humanoid droid, its metal frame glinting in the artificial light. Good evening, youngling Quill. Dinner is being served. Master Yondu instructed me to escort you to the cafeteria. Please follow me, the robotic voice announced, its tone devoid of any emotion. Peter, still grappling with the revelations of his Force sensitivity, followed the robot silently through the corridors of the Jedi Temple. As they reached the bustling cafeteria, Peter saw all sorts of Jedi younglings chatted animatedly while enjoying their meals. What the hell is that? He thought as he saw the plates of food set before each of the children. Gray-colored slop and bread filled every single plate in the cafeteria, and when Peter looked over to the kitchen, he saw nothing but trays of grey slop and piles of bread. Suddenly, the droid spoke. Enjoy your meal, youngling Quill. It said before walking off, leaving Peter behind. Why does it feel like I'm in prison? Peter muttered as he sat down at an empty table with a plate full of slop. At least this is better than the food the Ravagers gave me. As Peter contemplated the unappetizing meal before him, a young face caught his attention. A 14-year-old boy with sandy hair and a serene expression approached, taking a seat across from him. The boy wore the traditional Jedi robes, a familiar sight in this temple. Insert picture of Obi-Wan Kenobi here. Hello there, I'm Obi-Wan, the boy greeted with a warm smile. You must be new to the temple, right? Hey, I'm Peter. How could you tell I'm new? Peter asked, surprised by how easily he just met a main character. Wait, did he just say hello there? A/N, it's a meme from the Star Wars movies if anyone doesn't know. Obi-Wan chuckled lightly. Ah, how could I not notice a reaction to the infamous Jedi cafeteria slop? Don't let it discourage you. We like to keep things simple and avoid indulgence here in the temple. The food is meant to provide sustenance without encouraging gluttony. Peter raised an eyebrow. Gluttony? Seriously? Couldn't they at least make it a bit appealing? He asked as he took a spoonful of slop and eyed it warily. Obi-Wan nodded. It's a matter of discipline. Jedi believe in moderation and avoiding attachments, even to something as simple as food. This way, we stay focused on our training and the Force. As Peter reluctantly ate a spoonful of the tasteless slop, Obi-Wan continued, I know it's not the most exciting culinary experience, but you get used to it. Plus, it keeps us all on an equal footing. No one gets special treatment, regardless of their background or abilities. Even Grand Master Yoda must eat the dreaded slop. Peter sighed, pushing the food around his plate. Well, it's better than starving, I guess. Obi-Wan's blue eyes studied Peter for a moment. You'll find that the Jedi way requires sacrifice and self-discipline. But it's also about finding balance and harmony within yourself and the Force. As Obi-Wan spoke about sacrifice, Peter couldn't help but feel his emotions through the Force, which seemed to be much more turbulent than his outer appearance let on. He feels like I felt when my first girlfriend broke up with me. Are you okay? Peter blurted out, his face edged in worry. Yes, why? Obi-Wan asked in confusion. You just seem very sad. Peter answered, still feeling his emotions. I'm fine, Obi-Wan answered, slowly realizing that Peter was sensing his emotions. Just how strong in the Force is he? Okay, I won't pry into your business any more than I already have. Peter shrugged and returned to his slop. As the two fell into a momentary silence, broken only by the murmur of conversations and clinking of utensils around them, Obi-Wan recalled his last mission. 1 year ago, Obi-Wan and his master were sent to the planet Mandalore, where they were tasked with protecting Duchess Satin Kryze from insurgents who were threatening her world. Bounty hunters were sent after them, forcing them to live as fugitives, never knowing what the next day would bring them. The mission forced them to work and fight together as a team, resulting in them forging a close bond. Through all of their hardship, Obi-Wan and the Duchess fell in love, but despite his feelings toward her, he continued with his training and was later reassigned to another mission. Obi-Wan regretted leaving the love of his life behind, but ultimately, he chose to follow the Jedi code he had sworn to live by and threw his love away. Obi-Wan shifted the topic, so, where are you from, Peter? How did you end up here? You seem a bit old for a new recruit. Well, after talking for a while, and enjoying their slop, Obi-Wan had to return to his master for training, but before he left, Peter had one last thing to say. I know I'm probably stepping out of line right now, but if you love whoever you're missing, then you shouldn't let the Jedi hold you back. Regret is the worst pain that you'll ever experience, because you'll feel it for the rest of your life. Nodding his head dumbly, Obi-Wan silently walked off, contemplating Peter's words. C7 Chosen One? Later that night, after forcing himself to eat the grey slop in the cafeteria, Peter returned to his room. The desire to fix his Walkman still lingered, but his lack of technical know-how hindered progress. Instead, he decided to dedicate the evening to meditation, attempting to gain control over the Force within him. After all, he saw what happened when his emotions went out of control, shaking his room in anger. Now, he had to find a way to keep his emotions under control, and the only way he could think of to do that was meditation. Sitting on the bed in his Spartan room, Peter closed his eyes, focusing on his breath. Thoughts of the broken Walkman, his deceased mother, the Ravagers, the Jedi training to come, and the mysterious Force swirled in his mind. Slowly, he felt a connection, a thread linking him to the Force that permeated the temple. As Peter delved into a meditative state, he began to sense the ebb and flow of the Force, a subtle energy that intertwined with his own essence. It was a delicate dance, a communion between the universe and his consciousness. Through this communion, Peter sought to harness the emotions that had once caused a chaotic upheaval in his room. The night unfolded in quiet contemplation, a solitary journey within the realm of the Force. The echoes of his past life, the challenges of the present, and the uncertainty of the future converged in a symphony of introspection. The following morning, the same droid as yesterday, ever efficient, arrived promptly to wake Peter up and escort him to his first day of classes. Disgruntled and still half asleep, Peter followed the metallic guide through the familiar corridors, adorned with the unfeeling elegance of the Jedi Temple. Upon entering the training hall, the gaze of curious younglings fixated on him. Whispers of speculation floated in the air, accompanied by puzzled expressions. Peter's arrival, an anomaly in the Order's usual recruitment, sparked both intrigue and skepticism among the young Jedi acolytes. As he navigated through the crowd of young Force-sensitive beings, a small Twi'lek girl, who couldn't have been more than 5 years old, her azure skin standing out in the sea of diverse faces, mustered the courage to approach him. Hi, she greeted nervously, her wide eyes filled with innocent curiosity. Insert picture of Aayla Secura here, A/N, bonus points for a younger version as well. Hello, Peter replied, offering a half-smile to the little Twi'lek. He wasn't used to dealing with children, so he appeared a bit awkward. What's your name? I'm Aayla, she chirped, her small hands fidgeting with the hem of her robe. Why are you so tall? How old are you? Is this Aayla Secura? Peter wondered, kneeling down to be at eye level with her. Well, I'm Peter and I'm 9 years old, and I'm pretty sure that I'm normal height. What about you? Why are you so short? Aayla's eyes narrowed as she animatedly glared at Peter, her former nervousness disappearing in an instant. I'm not short. You're just old. Peter couldn't help but be charmed by her cute angry face. What do you mean I'm old? I haven't even hit double digits yet. And are you sure you're not short? How old are you again, Shorty? Don't call me Shorty. Aayla practically screamed, drawing everyone's attention. And I'm 5 years old. She announced, holding up all 5 fingers. Peter sagely nodded his head, looking her up and down. You still seem kinda short. Aayla seemed ready to explode from Peter's teasing, but before she could, the doors suddenly swung open and their teacher came walking in. Good morning, it is. Yoda greeted everyone, a serene air about him as always. Yoda, with his characteristic gait and wise aura, effortlessly drew the attention of every youngling in the room as he ambled towards the front. The air seemed to shift as he turned his gaze towards Peter, their newest addition. Welcome to the Jedi Temple, young Peter Quill, Yoda greeted, his voice carrying a depth of ancient wisdom. In the Bear Clan, you are now. As the younglings exchanged curious glances, Yoda proceeded to explain the concept of clans within the temple. In the temple, clans are many. Bear Clan, Clan Cow-Ache, Hawkbat Clan, and more. Together, learn you will under the watchful eye of a teacher, Yoda continued, his speech rhythmic and deliberate. Now, the Bear Clan, your family is. Learn, grow, and face challenges together, you will. Peter listened attentively as Yoda explained the bonds they would form, the shared lessons, and the guidance that would come from their clan. As Yoda spoke, the younglings absorbed the information, their eyes wide with curiosity. Peter found himself annoyed by the concept of this newfound family, the Bear Clan. After all, underneath his childlike body was a grown man, who sadly, didn't like children very much. He didn't necessarily hate them, but he did find them grating and annoying at times. But of course, he kept his thoughts to himself, so as not to ruin his chances at becoming a Jedi. The green-skinned Jedi Grand Master then delved into the specifics of their education. Main teacher, I am, but not alone. Many lessons, different masters will share. Learn, you shall, from each other's strengths, Yoda explained, his eyes surveying the young faces before him. Much to discover, you have. Together, face it, we will. After Yoda's welcoming introduction resonated in the training hall, Peter found himself immersed in the routine of a Jedi youngling. The day unfolded with Force studies in the morning, a session dedicated to opening the young Jedi's mind to the Force. The lessons centered on abilities focused on self-control and self-awareness. Guided by a patient Jedi instructor, initiates like Peter were introduced to the nuances of control and the many techniques that came along with it. Tudaminis to absorb energy. Curato Salva for self-healing, and Altis Soper to enhance focus through the Force. Despite the unfamiliarity of these abilities, Peter approached the lessons with a mix of curiosity and determination, eager to master the mysterious power that now flowed within him. Midday studies shifted to more traditional subjects, taught by non-Jedi instructors. The younglings delved into political strategy, galactic law, sciences, and languages. Peter navigated the diverse curriculum with varying degrees of interest, finding certain subjects more engaging than others. Political strategy, with its complexities and nuances, particularly caught his attention, mirroring the intricacies of the Earth's politics, just on a much grander scale. For example, Peter learned that the galaxy was mainly split between 3 separate governments. The Galactic Republic, which controls a whopping 60%, mainly making up the center of the galaxy. The remaining big players of the galaxy are the Kree and Nova empires, both of which seem to be on the brink of war with one another. The Kree Empire just finished a war against the Skrulls as well. They even got into some trouble for trying to commit genocide. The Galactic Republic came down on them pretty hard, but still, they decided to go and start another war with the Nova Empire after digesting all of the Skrulls' land, erasing their nation completely. Of course, there are other, much smaller nations as well, such as Centaurians or the Sovereign, but they tend to populate extremely minuscule portions of the outer rim of the galaxy. Why isn't Asgard mentioned? Peter wondered. In the afternoons, the training hall echoed with the hum of lightsabers. The young Jedi initiates, Peter among them, engaged in physical activities that included lightsaber training. Under the watchful eyes of skilled instructors, they practiced very rudimentary forms of lightsaber combat. The metallic clash of training sabers filled the air as initiates honed their skills. Despite Peter's initial awkwardness with the lightsaber, he found a certain familiarity in the weapon's weight and balance. The instructors, recognizing his potential, observed with a discerning eye as Peter gradually adapted to the lightsaber techniques. Now this is what I'm talking about, Peter smirked as he swung his practice saber for the 100th time, sweat dripping down his face. Some might find the Force techniques to be the coolest part of being a Jedi, but Peter would beg to differ. For him, it was all about being a beast with a laser sword. Of course, that didn't mean Peter would slack off on his Force training, as that was a very close second place for him. There was just something so primal and badass about wielding a sword that he felt deep in his bones. As Peter was happily swinging his sword, ignoring the fatigue that began to build up in his muscles, the instructors that circled the practicing younglings all turned to him at once, shocked as they noticed him subconsciously using the Force to both heal his fatigue and empower his movements. He really is the chosen one, they thought, realizing just how crucial Peter's training really was. The day's schedule also featured mandatory meditation sessions interspersed throughout. As the younglings settled into quiet reflection, Peter, with his adult-like patience and calm demeanor, excelled in these moments of introspection. The soothing resonance of the Force became a familiar companion during these sessions, guiding him through the labyrinth of his own thoughts. As the sun dipped below the horizon, marking the end of his first full day in the Jedi Temple, Peter flopped down on his bed, exhausted beyond belief. This is harder than I thought it would be, he thought as he turned his head to see his broken Walkman sitting in his desk. I need to get that fixed tomorrow. In a dark and secluded laboratory far across the galaxy, Darth Plagueis, the long-faced and pale-skinned mutant Sith Lord, sat surrounded by arcane equipment. His eyes fixed on Shmi Skywalker, a restrained and unconscious slave woman who had been under his ownership for months. Plagueis, driven by his thirst for power, delved into twisted Sith experiments. Insert picture of Shmi here. This week, his focus intensified on attempting to create life through the Force within Shmi. The mutant Sith Lord sought to fashion a fatherless child, a being with a direct connection to the Force itself. The walls of the laboratory echoed with the hum of dark energies as Plagueis manipulated the Force to shape the life he desired. As he scrutinized the results of his experiments, frustration gnawed at him. Creating life through the Force proved more challenging than he anticipated. With every failure, he felt the urge to take his anger out on Shmi, yet he couldn't risk harming a perfectly good test subject. Plagueis's ultimate goal was to transfer his consciousness into a worthy, human vessel, desiring to spearhead the Sith takeover of the Galactic Republic as a more acceptable figurehead than his non-human form would allow. Basically, he needed a human body to navigate the political intricacies of the Republic. Although the Senate isn't overtly racist, as they have all sorts of races populating its many seats, only humans have ever been elected Chancellor, which is why he was relying so heavily on his apprentice at the moment. An apprentice whose loyalties he was beginning to doubt. Which is why he sought a contingency plan to secure his own dominance in the Sith Order. Right now, his human apprentice is the one making the moves for him, but Plagueis didn't like relying on someone who would no doubt betray him, just as he betrayed his master. It is the Sith way after all, Plagueis thought. Despite his ruthless determination, the Sith experiments on Shmi faltered. The mutant grew increasingly impatient, realizing that relying on Shmi to bear the chosen child of the Force might be a futile endeavor. Compelled by frustration, he tightened his grip on her unconscious form using the Force, momentarily entertaining the idea of ending her insignificant life. Medical equipment beeped urgently, signaling complications, but Plagueis, in a fit of rage, ultimately reconsidered, sparing her life. Shmai, kept sedated and unaware of her Sith Master's machinations, survived the outburst. However, Plagueis decided to cut his losses. Frustration swelled within him, and he chose to sell Shmai, viewing her as nothing more than a commodity that might bring some small financial gain, which could fund future experiments. But unbeknownst to the Sith Lord, as Shmai was carted off to an uncertain fate, a potential success loomed within her. The Sith experiment had indeed borne fruit, and Shmai carried the seed of a possible chosen one of the Force, Anakin Skywalker. Chapter 8, C8 Music. Police cars revolving light. Insert bouncing gifs/pics here. Most likes wins. Police cars revolving light, A/N, only 2 entries per person. Trophy. Yesterday's GIF winner, Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, you won in the last competition in the Spider-Man story, so congrats. Crown. The next morning, Peter rose early, eager to tackle the challenge of fixing his Walkman. Long before classes began, he sought out droids, asking every single one he passed if they knew where he can get some tools to fix his device, and it didn't take long for one of them to escort him to just the place he was looking for. In a storage room, which was actually fairly close to his bedroom, Peter found himself surrounded by an array of peculiar devices. And sadly, the droid ran off to fulfill its daily duties, leaving Peter surrounded by unfamiliar equipment. Sitting on the cold floor, Peter examined the tools, his lack of knowledge evident. He sighed in frustration, but determination sparked in his eyes as he began testing each tool, attempting to decipher their functions. Soon enough, he found a cylindrical device in hand, which he was fairly certain would act as a screwdriver. Here goes nothing, Peter thought as he stared down at his treasured Walkman. As Peter was about to press the button on the side of the foreign tool, the door suddenly swung open, revealing the small, azure-skinned figure of Aayla Secura. Holding spare parts in her tiny hands, she froze at the sight of Peter, though her gaze soon fell on the device in his hand. Aayla, recognizing the cylindrical device in Peter's hand, urgently shouted, "Wait! Stop!" Pausing, Peter looked at her with confusion, prompting Aayla to drop her spare parts and rush over to him. She swiftly snatched the tool from his hand and questioned, "Do you know what this is?" Shrugging, Peter admitted his ignorance. Aayla, holding up the tool, explained, "You old idiot. This will fry anything it comes into contact with. It's made for ships, not handheld devices," she said, gesturing to his precious Walkman. Alarmed by the revelation, Peter's frustration intensified. Why does all of this have to be so complicated, he thought as he felt his emotions run wild again, especially his self-hatred, as he almost destroyed his mother's Walkman. Instantly, Aayla took a step back as she sensed his hatred spreading throughout the Force, radiating from his very being. "Are you okay, Peter?" she stuttered, clearly frightened. Hearing Aayla's scared voice, Peter froze for a moment and looked up, his eyes shining a dull yellow as he saw the little girl before him cowering in fear. "Oh, sh*t," he muttered as he took in some slow breaths and began to meditate, wrestling his emotions until they were under control. Why does this keep happening to me? Peter wondered as the hatred which filled the room slowly retracted back in Peter's body. This has been bothering Peter ever since his first outburst. It confused him how he could have such horrible control over his emotions. After all, he used to be an adult in his past life, and on top of that he was a fisherman. Patience was his greatest ally. But why can't I just stay calm? Peter thought, his mind wandering in and out of meditation. Aayla watched him meditate, calming rapidly as well, but still a bit frightened of Peter. As she stood rooted to the ground, she couldn't help but wonder, is he a Sith? Meanwhile, Peter's mind raced for answers once again. And he could only think of 2 reasons as to why this was happening. First, he is a child now, which means he has a child's brain that is susceptible to higher emotions and lashing out. But that doesn't explain why he can meditate so well, or why his outbursts seem so strong. Am I stronger in the Force than they're telling me? Wait, they never told me what my midichlorian count was. Taking these thoughts and stuffing them away for later, Peter thought of the very likely second possibility. And that's his race, a half-celestial, due to his evil, soon-to-be-dead father. Maybe Celestials have a higher rate of emotional outbursts during childhood and puberty. Either way, he needed to get his emotions under control, or else someone might wait. Ayla saw it. Opening his eyes after reining himself under control, Peter cast a regretful gaze around the workshop. The weight of his inexperience bore heavily on him, a stark contrast to the confident Star-Lord that his comic book counterpart portrayed. Ayla, seeing that Peter was awake now, looked him up and down as she kept her distance. "I'm sorry about," Peter tried to speak, but Ayla quickly interrupted him. "Are you a Sith?" Ayla's innocent yet probing inquiry hung in the air. Peter, sensing the unease, quickly shook his head, denying any affiliation with the dark side. He explained, "No, I'm not a Sith. I just have trouble controlling my emotions sometimes." The atmosphere in the storage room crackled with tension as Ayla, her wide eyes still reflecting fear and suspicion, questioned Peter's allegiance to the light side of the Force. Ayla, though still wary, listened as Peter continued, revealing the source of his struggles. He showed her the Walkman, explaining its significance. "My mom gave me this, and I've been trying to fix it, but I keep making matters worse." "What is it?" she asks, leaning over to take a look, clearly a lot less scared than she was before. "It plays music," Peter revealed as he smiled down at his most prized possession. Upon hearing about the device, Ayla's eyes lit up with excitement. However, her enthusiasm waned as she cautioned Peter to keep it hidden. "We're allowed to study music, because it's technically an art, but we can't listen to it just for fun," she warned, a glimpse of rebellion shining through her childlike demeanor. Smiling, Peter sensed a kindred spirit in Ayla, someone who didn't strictly adhere to the Jedi rules. He appreciated the shared secret and the understanding gaze that passed between them. Ayla, seemingly more open now, suggested, "You should tell Master Yoda about what happened. He can help." Peter, however, hesitated, fearful of the potential consequences of revealing his struggle with the dark side. He nodded his head, feigning agreement. "Yeah, I'll talk to Yoda about it." Ayla, displaying an innocence matching her age, offered, "I can tell him if you want." Peter, not willing to risk exposure, firmly shook his head. No, I got it. I'll talk to Yoda. You don't have to worry about it." Believing Peter's false assurance, Ayla's eyes softened with trust. Peter, seeing that he convinced her, smiled and apologized. "I'm sorry for scaring you like that," he said as he thought. "And lying to you, but I really don't want to die, so you'll have to forgive me, kid." "It's okay, just try not to do it again," she replies, smiling innocently. Peter then requested, "Can we keep this between us? I really don't want the other kids and teachers to find out about this." Ayla, torn between the Jedi Code and her newfound connection with Peter, seemed conflicted. However, Peter, glancing at the scattered scraps on the floor, made a shrewd guess. "I won't tell anyone about your little secret either," he added, hoping he was correct. Instantly, Ayla's eyes widened, and a hint of guilt flashed across her face. Peter's intuition proved right, Ayla was hiding something with those scraps. The unspoken agreement between them solidified as Ayla nodded, promising to keep their shared secrets safe. The room, once filled with tension, now held a silent understanding between them. Peter, feeling bad for lying to an innocent kid like this, decided then and there. "I'll look after Ayla and make sure she doesn't die prematurely, like she did in the movies." Of course, there was another side to this act of goodwill, a much more selfish and paranoid side. After today, Peter now knew that he had to keep Ayla close, so that she wouldn't accidentally blab his secrets to the world. Though he didn't mind doing this. After all, Ayla would become strong and wise enough to sit on the Jedi Council. Having her as a companion shouldn't be a loss for him. As Peter prepared to leave the storage room and get ready for breakfast, Ayla's innocent curiosity bubbled up, and she asked, "Can I take a look at your music device?" She really wanted to listen to the music from Peter's world. Peter, apprehensive to hand over his fragile and precious Walkman, hesitated. However, Ayla's excitement and persuasive charm soon convinced him. "Look, I've been studying electronics for over a year now. I might be able to fix it." Reluctantly, he handed over the device, cautioning her to be careful. "Please don't break it any more than it already is." Ayla, surprisingly adept with technology, delved into the inner workings of the Walkman. She swiftly used tools and spare parts from the storage closet, demonstrating a level of skill that caught Peter off guard. He watched in amazement as she fixed the device with ease, making Peter wonder if he was technologically illiterate or not. Once the repairs were complete, Ayla held out the Walkman toward Peter, a triumphant smile on her face. "It's fixed!" she exclaimed, the pride evident as she stuck out her chest, hands on her hips. Taking back the Walkman, Peter inserted one of his cassette tapes and hit play, scrambling to put on his headphones. Instantly, the familiar melodies of his and his mother's favorite songs enveloped him. Police Cars Revolving Light play Hooked on a Feeling by Blue Sweet Police Cars Revolving Light, A/N, listen to the one from Guardians of the Galaxy. Because I don't know if they edited it for the movie. Oh aga chaka oh aga oh aga. 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 I can't stop this feeling. Deep inside of me. Girl, you just don't realize what you do to me. When you hold me in your arms so tight. You let me know everything's all right. I am hooked on a feeling. I'm high on believing that you're in love with me. Lips as sweet as candy. Its taste is on my mind. Girl, you got me thirsty for another cup of wine. Got a bug from you, girl. But I don't need no cure. I just stay a victim. If I can for sure. All the good love when we're all alone. Keep it up, girl. Yeah, you turn me on. I am hooked on a feeling. I'm high on believing that you're in love with me. As the music played, Peter's emotions surged, but this time, it was pure happiness radiating off him. Ayla, sensing the change, felt nothing but positivity emanating from Peter. Surprised by the transformation, Peter seemed to enter a meditative state, hovering above the ground as the music played. All the good love when we're all alone. Keep it up, girl. Yeah, you turn me on. I am hooked on a feeling. I'm high on believing that you're in love with me. I'm hooked on a feeling. And I'm high on believing that you're in love with me. I said I'm hooked on a feeling. And I'm high on believing that you're in love with me. In this moment, Ayla observed Peter with a mix of fascination and awe. The contrast from earlier, where his emotions had spiraled out of control, was striking. The power of the music seemed to bring peace to Peter's turbulent emotions. As the last notes of the song faded away, Peter slowly descended to the ground, a serene expression on his face. Ayla, still staring in shock, stuttered. That was beautiful. I've never felt anything like that before, she admitted. Of course, she wasn't talking about the music, as she could barely hear it, but the experience of feeling Peter's light side emotions, which were just as overwhelming as his dark side, just in a much more wonderful way. Peter, misinterpreting her words, grinned. It's a mix of rock and pop from my home world. They're all my mom's favorite songs. Ayla, entranced, asked, "Can you play more? I'd love to hear it." She asked, hoping to feel his emotions once again. Peter wanted to agree, but one look at the clock told him that they had to leave for class. Maybe later. C9 Goals and Exposing a Dark Lord. The day unfolded in the Jedi Temple, a structured routine of training and discipline that left Peter with little time for personal pursuits. Despite Ayla's persistent pleas, Peter refrained from using his Walkman, fearing the consequences of uptight Jedi Masters finding and confiscating his most prized possession. I might actually turn to the dark side if they take my music away, Peter thought, half joking and half serious. In order to shut up Ayla and her relentless pestering, which actually continued throughout the entire day, Peter promised to share the music with her the following morning before classes. They would meet in the same storage closet as yesterday and listen to a song or two before breakfast. Annoyed but relieved, Peter managed to endure the day's trials, eagerly anticipating the solace that his Walkman would bring. From annoying children to tough training and galactic studies, Peter endured it all for this moment, when he would come back to his prison-like room and listen to his favorite songs. But before he could do that, Peter found solace in a long, hot shower, washing away the stress and fatigue of the day. As he finally sank into his bed, he adorned his headphones, pressed play on the cherished Walkman, and a familiar melody enveloped him. Police Cars Revolving Light play Spirit in the Sky by Norman Greenbaum. Police Cars Revolving Light, A/N, I won't put all of the lyrics this time, but you can listen in the background if you want. When I die and they lay me to rest. Gonna go to the place that's the best. When I lay me down to die. Going up to the spirit in the sky. The music stirred bittersweet memories, and a fond yet melancholic smile played on Peter's lips. He couldn't help but think of his mother, particularly the time they drove down to the beach in the summer and listened to music all the way there and back. A/N, just a reminder, the memories and souls merged during the reincarnation/transmigration, so he's still half Peter Quill. In case anyone forgot. Lost in the tunes, he pondered his purpose in this fantastical universe, feeling the weight of a second chance. His thoughts drifted to his past life, where goals revolved around mundane achievements. Now, in a marvelous galaxy far, far away with all sorts of aliens, tech, and magical powers, Peter longed for something more adventurous. He mulled over possibilities, envisioning a life akin to the Star-Lord from the Guardians of the Galaxy movies he's seen in his past life. However, stark realities set in. He couldn't replicate that Peter Quill's journey even if he wanted to. The Ravagers, who once served as his makeshift family, met their demise at the hands of Master Yondu. Though he was grateful for that due to the weeks of torment they put him through, Peter felt an odd mix of closure and emptiness. Amid these contemplations, the pressing need for vengeance against Ego, his father, and the celestial being who gave his kind and caring mother cancer, lingered. Though aware he wasn't yet ready for the hunt, Peter vowed to avenge his mother when the time came. But that's a good goal. Let's add it to the list, Peter thought as he added killing my father to the mental list of goals to work towards. As his mind ventured into darker realms, recalling the reason for his mother's death, Peter's force aura began to darken as well. Yet, the comforting melodies from his Walkman acted as a lifeline, tethering him to control. In this moment of internal struggle, Peter recognized the power of music not just as a source of joy but as a stabilizing force. It became a tool to rein in the chaotic emotions threatening to overwhelm him, a realization that added a new layer to his appreciation for his mother's Walkman and cassette tapes. After immersing himself in the melodies to calm his simmering anger, Peter found his thoughts returning to the pressing matter of his future. Soon enough, a fundamental question lingered in his mind. Do I want to stay with the Jedi? While the obvious choice seemed to be completing his training and taking full advantage of his situation, Peter couldn't help but question whether the Jedi way aligned with his ideals. Soon enough, Peter began to realize that the restrictive nature of the Jedi Order's rules would be hard for him to live by. Just the notion of hiding his Walkman as if it were some sort of prison contraband served as a stark reminder of the Jedi's strict guidelines. It irked Peter to think that as a Jedi, he'd be barred from expressing emotions freely, engaging in romantic pursuits, or pursuing individual wealth and autonomy. The more he thought about it, the more confining the Jedi Code seemed to be, especially considering Peter's past life as a red-blooded, capitalistic, freedom-loving American. If anyone tried to limit him like this in his past life, Peter would have either sued them, or in a worst-case scenario he would have pulled out his Colt 45 and stood his ground. A/N, Murica * tips cowboy hat in greeting. Restrictions on emotions was one that truly stood above everything else. Especially because it brought Anakin Skywalker to a tragic fate. If they looked after that kid's emotional well-being from the beginning, then Darth Vader would have never existed. In the end, Peter just couldn't fathom surrendering his autonomy, emotions, and the pursuit of love for the Jedi Order. That's another goal, Peter thought as he added find love and get married to the list. After all, he never had time for love and marriage in his last life, which was one of his biggest regrets. As Peter weighed these considerations, the decision crystallized within him. Once his training was complete, he wouldn't linger long in the ranks of the Jedi. While achieving the rank of Master remained a possibility, he resolved to part ways with the Order at the very least upon becoming a Jedi Knight. The idea of leaving sooner crossed his mind, but Peter suspected that the Jedi Order's protocols likely prevented early departures. Yet, he harbored no desire to leave prematurely. Instead, he aimed to glean as much knowledge and training as possible before striking out on his own. His journey within the Jedi Temple wasn't solely about adhering to their doctrines. Peter saw it as an opportunity to accumulate knowledge, skills, and insights. Learning everything he could became a personal goal, a means to empower himself for the journey that lay beyond the confines of the Jedi Order. Oh, that's another goal, Peter thought as he added train and learn everything I can before leaving the Jedi Order to his mental checklist. As Peter contemplated his impending departure, a surge of determination coursed through him. He wanted to be prepared, not just as a Jedi but as a being capable of navigating the complexities of the galaxy on his own. And that's another goal, Peter thought as he added become self-sufficient to his mental checklist. Peter didn't want to have to rely on anyone to survive. If he had to fly or fix a ship, then he should know how to do so. And if he needed money to buy food or other necessities, then he shouldn't have to steal or beg for it. Peter now has 4 goals. Train and learn everything I can before leaving the Jedi Order. Become self-sufficient. Kill my father. Find love and get married. It's not a bad start, Peter thought, happy with the night's progress. There's still other things to worry about, like what to do about Palpatine, Anakin, and all of the wars to come, not to mention all of the Marvel villains, but I haven't even been in this universe for a full week. I'll have to take some time to think about that and decide whether or not I want to get involved with that craziness or not. Besides, it's really early and Palpatine is probably still on Naboo, so I should have time to think before acting rashly. As Peter wrapped up his mental checklist, the final notes of a song played on his cherished Walkman. Stashing it away, he settled into bed, cautious not to get caught with the device should any Jedi Masters or droids intrude into his room. The room fell into darkness, and Peter allowed himself to drift off, succumbing to the embrace of much-needed sleep. Time skip. After a month of adapting to the mundane, yet rigorous, and magical lifestyle within the Jedi Temple, Peter, now fully immersed in his new reality, found his health markedly improved. The bland, yet healthy meals, regular exercise, and diligent medical care had begun to erase the harsh effects of his previous ordeal. Where once frailty had taken hold, now small signs of muscle began to slowly define his frame, a testament to his resilience and determination. With his pre-planned goals clearly etched in his mind, Peter dedicated himself to his training with fervor. Though he harbored reservations about entangling himself with the many villains of this universe, the looming threat posed by Darth Sidious weighed heavily on him. Recognizing the peril the Sith Lord represented, Peter resolved to aid the Jedi, albeit in a manner that safeguarded his anonymity and safety. "Ain't no way I'm just gonna walk up and tell them that Palpatine is a Sith Lord," he refused. After all, it would open Peter up to far too many questions and suspicions, not to mention the chances of Sidious finding out and coming after him for revenge. Which is why Peter spent the last month thinking on this. The plan he came up with was straightforward yet fraught with complications: to warn the Jedi Council of Sidious's machinations without exposing his involvement. Initially, Peter considered leaving anonymous messages in strategic locations within the temple, areas beyond the reach of surveillance cameras. However, the sophistication of this universe's technology presented a daunting challenge. The risk of leaving behind DNA or fingerprints on the papers was a vulnerability Peter could not overlook. In a moment of inspiration, Peter devised a solution. Utilizing his newfound knowledge of the Force, albeit still rudimentary, he practiced manipulating small objects without direct contact. Under the cover of night, in the seclusion of his room, Peter honed this skill, focusing on the precision needed to handle paper without leaving a trace of his physical presence. When he felt confident in his ability, Peter drafted the warnings, his handwriting meticulously disguised. Under the veil of darkness, he employed the Force to levitate the papers, weaving through the temple's corridors with the messages floating silently behind him. Selecting spots devoid of technological surveillance, he deposited the warnings in spots he knew would be discovered by members of the Jedi Council. "I've done my part, now it's on them to act or not. Either way, I'm not getting involved," he told himself, unwilling to lose his second chance at life. As the dawn approached, Peter retreated to his quarters, a mixture of exhaustion and relief marking his features. The messages were simple yet urgent, imploring the Council to heed the shadow growing within the Republic's midst, a darkness that threatened not just the Jedi but the very fabric of the galaxy. Peter knew the days ahead would be fraught with uncertainty. Yet, in his heart, he believed in the necessity of his intervention. For the first time since his arrival, he felt a palpable sense of purpose, a conviction that his presence in this universe could indeed make a difference. As he lay in bed, the events of the night replaying in his mind, Peter couldn't help but feel nervous. "I just hope they take my message seriously." Hours after Peter's clandestine efforts to alert the Jedi Council, the esteemed members convened in a solemn chamber, under the heavy burden of the mysterious warnings they had stumbled upon. The atmosphere was charged with a mixture of skepticism and grave concern, as the councillors debated the origin and veracity of the messages. Among them, voices of doubt clashed with those advocating caution. "We all know that the Sith are extinct. This is nothing more than a child's jest," one elder Jedi voiced, his words echoing off the ancient walls, met with nods of agreement from several of his peers. Yet, not all were swayed by this dismissal. "We cannot afford to overlook any potential threat, especially not when it deals with a possible Sith," another countered, her tone firm, urging her fellow councillors to recognize the gravity of the situation. "The dark side clouds everything, making it hard to see the truth. We must investigate properly." The chamber fell into a thoughtful silence, the weight of their responsibility palpable in the air. It was Yoda, the wisest among them, who finally spoke, his voice resonant with authority and calm. Holding one of the papers delicately between his fingers, he read it, Sheev Palpatine of Naboo is a Sith Lord named Darth Sidious. He's planning to exterminate the Jedi and take over the Galactic Republic. Do with this information as you wish, and good luck. A/N, just a reminder, Peter doesn't know much about Star Wars besides the movies, and even then he's forgotten a few things, which is why he didn't mention Darth Plagueis. Act hastily, we must not. Yet, ignore this warning, we cannot either, Yoda declared, his words cutting through the uncertainty. Open an investigation, we shall. A prank this is, waste resources, we might. But if a Dark Lord of the Sith hides among us, and we fail to act, doom ourselves we would. His declaration settled the matter. The Council, now unified by Yoda's guidance, agreed to proceed with caution. A discreet investigation was to be launched, one that would delve into the shadows of the Republic, seeking the truth behind the ominous warnings left by the mysterious informant. C10 Into the Depths. A/N, I added 130 words to Chapter 7. Someone commented that it was a perfect moment to add some background of the galaxy and I agreed. Here it is so you don't have to go back and read. For example, Peter learned that the galaxy was mainly split between 3 separate governments. The Galactic Republic, which controls a whopping 60%, mainly making up the center of the galaxy. The remaining big players of the galaxy are the Kree and Nova empires, both of which seem to be on the brink of war with one another. The Kree Empire just finished a war against the Skrulls as well. They even got into some trouble for trying to commit genocide. The Galactic Republic came down on them pretty hard, but still, they decided to go and start another war with the Nova Empire after digesting all of the Skrulls' land, erasing their nation completely. Of course, there are other, much smaller nations as well, such as Centaurians or the Sovereign, but they tend to populate extremely minuscule portions of the outer rim of the galaxy. Why isn't Asgard mentioned? Peter wondered. That's all I added. Now on to today's chapter. It's a long one too. Enjoy smiling face with smiling eyes. Time skip. 2 years passed in the relentless rhythm of Jedi training, transforming the once 9-year-old Peter into an 11-year-old youngling. His physical growth marked not only by his height but also the elongation of the Padawan braid, which now draped over his right shoulder, leaving the rest of his hair buzzed short. The Padawan braid is a symbol worn in the hair or head that marked the rank of a Jedi Padawan. Puzzled by this, Peter questioned why it was called a Padawan braid when he was forced to start growing it during his youngling years. Peter didn't know the answer, but he couldn't wait to become a Jedi Knight so he can finally cut the damn thing off and grow his hair out again. The military buzz cut just wasn't doing it for him. My mom would cry if she knew I let these monks shave my head, Peter thought, distinctly recalling how much she used to fawn over his perfect hair. Despite a delayed start compared to his peers, Peter's unique connection to the Force and his adult mentality propelled him to the forefront of the Bear clan. His swordsmanship reached a level where sparring with fellow younglings became obsolete. Instead, masters like Yoda chose to engage with him directly, providing superior training but humbling Peter as his ego collided with the formidable skills of seasoned Jedi. In the realm of the Force, Peter excelled in Tudaminis, the art of absorbing energy. Though he wasn't able to use the ability much in combat, as he wasn't a master just yet. At most, he could absorb a few blaster shots in a row if he needed to. I need to get to the point where I can absorb the energy of lightsaber blades, Peter thought, knowing that disrupting his enemy's weapon in a duel would be extremely advantageous for him. As for Curato Salva, the art of self-healing through the Force. This ability became second nature for Peter. During a training spar accident, Peter showcased his mastery when he used Curato Salva to heal a deep cut across his chest in a matter of seconds, leaving the attending masters in awe. And lastly, Altus Soper, the ability to enhance his focus on the Force itself. Peter was probably the best in the universe at this skill, though he wasn't very sure as it's hard to compare. Peter could use this art to merge into the Force and basically become invisible to others' senses, but most of all, he was able to use it to enhance his senses. In fact, he used it on his first day on Coruscant, when he sensed the entire planet before even landing. Returning to his room after another day of intense training, Peter shook off Ayla, who has been clinging to him since she fixed his Walkman 2 years ago, constantly begging for more music. While he grew accustomed to her presence, even welcoming it on most days, he maintained distance from the rest of the younglings, finding babysitting one to be more than enough. Settling into his room after a quick shower, Peter admired the transformation of his body in the mirror. From a starved, scrawny kid, he had become muscular and toned through relentless training and a healthy, yet bland diet. Man, I'd turn to the dark side for a McDonald's quarter-pounder meal and some nuggies right now. As he dove into bed, dreaming of tasty foods, he initiated his nightly meditation, a ritual that persisted despite the temple's frequent group sessions. The 2 years of meditation seemed to have an impact, though Peter couldn't discern if it genuinely tempered his dark side outburst or if the temple's inherent peace kept him calm and in control. I guess I'll find out sooner or later, Peter thought as he delved into meditation, an underlying darkness tinging the tranquility of the Jedi Temple. Sensing it since his arrival, the darkness beneath the Jedi Temple now manifested more clearly. The more he honed his meditation and force control, the more palpable the hidden darkness became, hinting at an ominous force lurking beneath the serene surface. What is that? The next day, sat at his usual breakfast table, Peter hoped he would be able to eat in peace, but sadly, a little blue-skinned alien girl took a seat in front of him as usual. It was Ayla, his only friend in the Jedi Academy. Everyone else is just an acquaintance, and that's by Peter's design. Because he didn't want to babysit children, he made sure to keep most of them at an arm's length. Of course, that didn't mean he wasn't nice and cordial, but he still made sure that he wasn't very approachable, creating an image of an aloof boy who didn't talk much. It also helps that most of the younglings are used to getting their A*SES kicked in training spars, so they began to see Peter with a small bit of fear, which helped keep them away as well. Though they might be losing that fear nowadays, Peter thought, since he was only sparring with knights and masters these days. The only reason that Ayla was able to sneak into his company, and even a bit into his heart, was because she knew his secret about his emotional force outbursts and his Walkman, so he sort of had to appease her and keep her close so that she wouldn't blab to the Jedi overlords. But that didn't mean that he didn't enjoy her company. Of course, at first, he was annoyed with babysitting, but after 2 long years of attending classes together, Ayla began to grow on Peter and become a sort of annoying little sister. Great, another one, he scoffed as he recalled his sister's Brittany, who was probably homeless by now. As Ayla got comfortable in her seat and began to eat her breakfast of brown slop, Peter couldn't help but ask a few questions, since he knows she's been here longer than he has, even if she was younger. Hey, Ayla, Peter began, poking at his own breakfast. Do you know when this temple was built? Ayla paused, looking thoughtful. It's thousands of years old. I don't know the exact date, sadly, the archives don't allow us younglings much access. We can only check out stuff related to our studies. Seeing Peter frown, she asked, how is the history of this temple not related to our studies? We have a history class, you know. Ayla simply shrugged. I don't know. I've read a lot of the history books that we're allowed access to, and I can't remember any of them mentioning history past around 1,000 years ago, I think. It sounds like they're hiding something, Peter muttered as his expression turned suspicious and thoughtful. Raising a brow, Ayla asks, why do you need to know this anyway? Peter realized that he might have spoken too much and put up a fake smile. Oh, it's nothing. Just curious. Ayla didn't believe him. Having spent far too much time with him over the past years, she could tell when he's lying fairly easily. But instead of pressing him for an answer, she shrugged it off and changed the subject. Can we listen to music before class today? Sighing, Peter reluctantly agreed, sure. Finishing their food, the 2 younglings got up and left the cafeteria, heading towards their secret storage closet where they met all the time. Peter with his music and training, and Ayla with her mechanical studies, which she was hiding from the masters for some reason. When they first met, Ayla only wanted to listen to music because she was addicted to the feeling of Peter's light side outbursts, which was still the case. But now she also liked his music, and she even made a speaker that he can plug his Walkman into, so they can both comfortably listen without huddling around his old headphones. Of course, that meant they had to also soundproof the room, which took some time and effort, but they managed to get it done with old rugs and blankets that they stole from around the temple. Which song do you want to start with today? Peter asked as he plugged his Walkman into the makeshift speakers. Smiling, Ayla excitedly replied, the one about the mountain. Peter scoffed as he picked the song, knowing what she meant. It's not really about a mountain, but whatever. Police Cars Revolving Light, play Ain't No Mountain High Enough by Marvin Gaye and Tammy Terrell. Police Cars Revolving Light, A/N, I won't put all of the lyrics, but you can listen in the background if you want. Listen baby, ain't no mountain high. Ain't no valley low, ain't no river wide enough, baby. If you need me, call me, no matter where you are. No matter how far, don't worry, baby. After listening to a few songs while meditating, Ayla got her daily dose of Peter's overwhelming light side power, which always brought a smile to her face. And when they were finished, the two left for a long day of classes, rushing out of the room and through the halls since they were running a little late. As they left, rounding the corner and off to class, a certain green-skinned Grand Master appeared from the other side of the hall, heading to the same destination as the two younglings. As Yoda passed the storage closet, he couldn't help but smile and shake his head as he walked off. After going through his usual classes and training, Peter caught up to Yoda in the hallway and asked the same question that he asked Ayla. "Master Yoda, I was wondering, how old is the Jedi Temple?" Peter inquired, his eyes meeting Yoda's wise gaze. Yoda seemed confused as to why Peter wanted to know this and even asked as such. "Curious, you are? Why this knowledge you seek?" he questioned, his ears twitching in a display of curiosity. Peter shrugged and made up an easy excuse. "I'm just curious and I couldn't find anything about it in the history books I've been reading." Thinking about it for a moment, Yoda decided to answer his question. Around 5,000 years ago, the temple was built. He revealed, before asking. "All you needed to know, is that?" Shaking his head, Peter posed one more question, which actually alarmed Yoda quite a bit. He asked, "What was the temple before then? What was here in its place?" Yoda stared at Peter, a hint of concern showing on his face as he asked, "Why ask, young Peter, Realizing that once again, he might have asked too much, Peter stuck to his earlier excuse, "I was just curious about the history of the Jedi Order." Yoda, clearly seeing that Peter was hiding something from him, didn't push him to say anything but simply stated, troubled, "You seem share your concerns, you can. Your teacher, I am. Guidance and help, I offer," Yoda assured, his small stature belying the depth of his wisdom. Seeing that Yoda was taking the soft approach to get him to talk, Peter felt relieved and gave him a respectful bow. "I'll be sure to talk to you when I need help, you don't have to worry." Although he made the minor mistake of asking a bit too much, one thing was for sure, the Jedi were hiding something. After all, they couldn't answer such a simple history question, which left him curious, what was here before the Jedi Order? Without another word, Peter walked off down the hall, leaving a worried and curious Grand Master behind. And as the hall emptied, leaving only Yoda stood there, the small Jedi seemed to make a decision as he tapped his cane on the floor 2 times. A split second later, a figure in white armor that covered their entire body, even their face and hands, appeared beside him, kneeling down on one knee, silently awaiting orders. Yoda spoke, his voice much more commanding than it was only moments ago, "Watch over youngling Quill, you will. Report only to me, HMM." "Yes, Grand Master," the figure in white replied loyally before disappearing once again. Days after his meeting with Yoda in the hallway, Peter had felt the weight of the new presence stalking him. His force senses, far more powerful than anyone else, easily picked up on the constant surveillance. Regret gnawed at him, realizing that his talk with Yoda had prompted the assignment of a silent guardian. "I should have just kept my mouth shut." He truly learned his lesson. But it wasn't just his big mouth, but also his paranoia that got the better of him. "I should have just explained a little better," Peter realized. The regret amplified as Peter considered the exposure of his Walkman and other small secrets, like Ayla's mechanics studies and their use of the storage closet. But surprisingly, Yoda or any other master didn't swoop in to confiscate anything, leaving Peter to wonder if Yoda was intentionally letting it slide, which he appreciated. The realization that the Jedi were hiding something fueled Peter's inner detective. After all, how could only a few questions like that warrant constant surveillance? They're definitely hiding something, but what could it possibly be? Everything I asked was pretty basic. Of course, Peter wouldn't let this hold him down. Soon enough, he managed to compile a schedule for his new stalker's movements, finding all of the windows of freedom. The biggest of which was during the night, when he'd usually be asleep, his stalker would leave and probably get some sleep as well. With the night being his only time of freedom, Peter started staying up late, maneuvered through the temple after his stalker left for bed. His force signature became virtually invisible, allowing him to sneak past patrolling guards and follow the dark side energy without detection. Night after night, he explored the vast corridors, searching for some sort of basement where the energy could be coming from. Almost a week into his covered investigation, Peter had searched the entire temple, yet the entrance to the mysterious source of dark side energy eluded him. He pinpointed a single location, a meditation room deep in the temple, feeling it was closest to the dark side energy beneath, but there wasn't a door or staircase to go any lower. Late at night, Peter stood in the dimly lit meditation room, scanning for hidden mechanisms. Frustration grew as he found nothing physical. Where is it? There's always a secret button or lever somewhere in the movies. Suddenly, an idea sparked. What if it wasn't a conventional mechanism but a force-activated one? Peter considered this possibility, sitting in the center of the room to meditate. Closing his eyes, Peter delved into the force, seeking any anomalies. His instincts guided him to a corner, where he felt a subtle force signature. Walking over, he placed his hand on the exact spot, channeling force energy inside. "Come on, give me something," Peter hoped as he looked around, waiting for anything to happen. A moment later, a soft click resonated through the room as the meditation platform in the center descended, morphing into a spiral staircase leading downward into an inky black darkness. Yes! Peter's heart quickened with anticipation as he pumped his fist in victory, staring at the revealed entrance with stars in his eyes. Quickly covering his mouth, Peter realized that he shouldn't have screamed like that. *T peeking out into the hallway, he waited for a few minutes before sighing in relief. It seemed like no one heard him. Returning to the newly formed staircase, Peter stared down at the pitch-black, shadowy depths. "I don't think it's smart to go down there alone," he began to wonder, his mind debating the pros and cons. On one hand, there was probably all sorts of loot down there. Maybe even some dark side relics or techniques that he could use to study the dark side of the Force, which he's certainly interested in studying. Though, I'd have to do it carefully and secretly, which would be hard with my stalker following me everywhere, Peter thought, regret welling up once again. Of course, he knew from the movies how dangerous the dark side truly was, but Peter still wanted to study it. His dark side outbursts may have stopped, but Peter didn't believe that was because of hard work. It was all thanks to his music, which calmed him down considerably, as well as the serene nature of the Jedi Temple. Peter couldn't help but wonder if his dark side outbursts would return once he leaves the safety of the temple. After all, just one stressful situation could easily trigger him. Staring down into the depths below the temple, Peter thought, maybe I'll find an answer down there. On the other hand, going down those steps could very well get him killed. At the end of the day, Peter may be an adult at heart, but he's still a child everywhere else. Yeah, I should wait until I'm ready for whatever's down there, Peter thought, valuing his life more than anything else. After all, this was his second chance. He can't just waste it and get himself killed. Just as Peter contemplated sealing the mysterious staircase and postponing the perilous exploration, an unintelligible voice resonated from the depths below. The unfamiliar voice, sounding like a hushed whisper, echoed up the darkened stairway, freezing Peter in his tracks. His heart pounded, and the hairs on his neck stood on end. Whispering into his ear, the voice sent a shiver down Peter's spine, causing his eyes to momentarily glaze over. A strange compulsion took hold of him, and in a robotic trance, he descended the spiral staircase, vanishing into the inky darkness below. Moments later, the stairs sealed themselves shut, leaving the room to return to its normal state, devoid of any indication of the secret passage. C11 Trials of Darth, 1/2. As Peter regained consciousness, he found himself immersed in an impenetrable darkness that stretched endlessly. The fog in his mind receded, leaving him disoriented and vulnerable. Where am I? Doubt lingered in his thoughts, questioning the reality of the situation. He couldn't help but wonder if this was a dream or not. Did I go back to my room? I can't remember. Just as worry began to claw at him, a raspy voice, disembodied and echoing in the void, cut through the silence, proclaiming, "Welcome to the first trial, the trial of solitary shadows. Confront the fear of isolation in the oppressive silence. Find strength within, for only when you stand unshaken in the void can you defy the darkness that seeks to consume your spirit." The voice vanished just as swiftly as it appeared, leaving Peter yearning for more guidance. He attempted to call out, but the emptiness swallowed his words, leaving him alone in the dark. Feeling as if this was some sort of nightmare, he pinched himself hard, feeling a very real pain that quickly faded away, dispelling any lingering doubts. This was no dream. With cautious steps, Peter traversed the abyss, hoping to encounter a wall that might lead him to a door. However, after what felt like hours, the never-ending darkness persisted, leaving him lost in the void. The oppressive silence weighed on him, and an unsettling realization dawned: this place seemed to feed off him, his senses dulling, and his body growing sluggish the longer he stayed here. Remembering the trial's purpose, Peter decided to confront the challenge. Seating himself on the floor, he initiated meditation, seeking the strength mentioned by the mysterious voice. Find strength within, for only when you stand unshaken in the void can you defy the darkness that seeks to consume your spirit. As he delved into the depths of meditation, calling on his strength in the Force and his sheer will and resilience to combat the void's corrosive effect, Peter felt a subtle change within himself, which caught him off guard. A soft radiance emanated from his being, casting a faint glow in the seemingly infinite darkness. The light, both physical and metaphorical, symbolized the strength he discovered within. Understanding the significance of the trial, Peter ceased his meditation, standing on his own 2 feet with newfound confidence. The light persisted, illuminating his surroundings as he defied the consuming darkness. As Peter stood in the newfound radiance of his inner strength, the echoes of the mysterious voice returned, resonating through the shifting darkness. Congratulations, you have emerged victorious from the trial of solitary shadows. Now, prepare yourself for the next challenge, the trial of tempestuous whispers. The surroundings morphed and twisted, the gentle radiance around him disappearing, as if it was being suppressed back into his body. The infinite abyss transformed into a cavernous space, filled with ethereal whispering echoes and shadows that danced at the edges of his vision. Seductive whispers will beckon from the dark corners, enticing desires and attachments. Resist the allure, for true strength lies in mastering the passions that seek to entwine you with the dark side. The voice proclaimed, reverberating through the cave before disappearing once again. Peter felt the air thicken as subtle murmurs emerged, teasing at the edges of his consciousness. Whispers of forgotten dreams, regrets, and longings, attempting to ensnare his thoughts. Ignore them, Peter. Stay focused, he reminded himself as the echoes intensified. The whispers became seductive voices, each promising a glimpse of a reality he yearned for. As Peter ventured deeper into the cavernous space, the seductive whispers became louder, weaving promises of power, glory, and desires around him. The voices carried echoes of temptations, each more alluring than the last, seeking to entangle his thoughts in a web of longing. Imagine the strength you could possess, power beyond your wildest dreams, whispered the ethereal voices, enticing him with visions of unmatched prowess. He gritted his teeth, determined to resist the alluring promises that danced in the shadows. Yet, the whispers persisted, adapting to prey on his vulnerabilities. Suddenly, the air thickened as a new, insidious voice whispered to him. Just give in, Peter, accept our power. Don't you want to see your mother again? A/N, just a reminder, no one but him can hear these whispers. Any trial that uses his personal information will be kept as an illusion that only he sees or hears, so none of his secrets will be revealed. I know most readers don't like that, and truthfully neither do I. The prospect of reuniting with his deceased mother halted Peter in his tracks. Memories of her warmth flooded his mind, momentarily weakening his resolve. Before he could even think of anything else, the whispers returned, unwilling to give him a second of breathing room. Just given you can't beat your father without us. He's a god. How can you kill a god? Do you think you're the real Star Lord? As the voices cunningly suggested the possibility of avenging his mother through their strength, Peter felt the tendrils of temptation tighten around him. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails pierced into his palms, drawing blood. The struggle intensified as conflicting desires waged war within him. The voices urged him to accept the offered power, enticing him with the sweet taste of revenge against the one who had taken his mother away. Peter's internal battle reached a critical point, teetering on the edge of succumbing to the whispers. It's not real, it's not real, it's not real, he repeated over and over. Summoning every ounce of willpower, Peter fought against the enticing whispers. He repeated a mantra in his mind, it's not real, I can do it on my own, I don't need any help, it's not real. He could forge his own destiny, and he didn't need external forces to fulfill his desires. If he wanted to bring his mother back to life, he could do it himself. And if he wanted to kill his father, he'd slaughter the scumbag with his own 2 hands. Clutching his bleeding fists, Peter resumed his journey through the cave, determination burning brighter than ever. The whispers persisted, their allure fading as he pushed forward. With each step, he reclaimed control over his own destiny, steadfast in his belief that he could achieve his goals without succumbing to the tempting offers. As he reached the end of the cave, the voices receded, defeated by Peter's unwavering resolve. With his mind clear, Peter began to realize just how insidious that trial was. At first, he thought it would be like saying no to a solicitor or a Mormon, who wanted to talk to him about buying something of converting to a new religion, but no. It wasn't anything like that. Instead, it was like the whispers actually held power over him, especially so when it came to things he actually cared about, like his wonderful mother and his horrible father. Ugh, creepy. Peter still felt the lingering urges from the whispers, which beckoned him to accept their power. Okay? Voice guy. I'm ready to move on. Get me the hell out of this creepy *S cave. In response, the raspy voice returned, resonating through the shifting darkness. Congratulations, you have emerged victorious from the trial of tempestuous whispers. Now, prepare yourself for the next challenge. The surroundings twisted once more, and Peter found himself standing in the familiar halls of the Jedi Temple. His classmates and teachers surrounded him, their eyes filled with hostility, a killing intent palpable in the air. Bewilderment crept over Peter as he muttered, "Wait, what's going on? How did I get here?" The trial obscured his memories, suppressing the awareness that this was, in fact, a trial he needed to overcome. Panicking, Peter sprinted through the Jedi Temple, the mob of familiar faces turning against him, the once friendly allies now aiming to take his life. Barging into the Jedi Council room, Peter faced Yoda and Yondu. Desperation in his voice, he tried to explain the situation, but the Jedi Masters glared at him, igniting their lightsabers. "Why? What did I do?" Peter pleaded in confusion. Without a word, the two Jedi attacked, forcing Peter to flee for his life. Evading the lethal strikes with everything he had, Peter utilized his connection to the Force to enhance his movements, narrowly escaping the murderous mob behind him. Cornered and breathless, he spotted the storage closet where he and Ayla often spent time together listening to his Walkman. Rushing inside and locking the door, Peter silently listened to the mob pass by, relieved that he had eluded them. Yet, his relief was short-lived as a sharp pain pierced his back. "Ugh!" Peter grunted in pain, blood rising into his mouth. Cough. Turning around, he saw little Ayla holding a long knife stained in his blood, indescribable hatred in her eyes. The pain and shock filled him as he dropped to his knees, betrayed by the one he had become closest to. Staring at Ayla, who prepared to stab him for a second time, Peter acted quickly by grabbing her wrist before wrenching the knife out of her hand. Wrestling the younger girl to the ground, Peter held the knife to her throat, staring into her eyes as she looked up at him. Instantly, confusion clouded Peter's mind. Something wasn't right. As he bled there, holding the knife to Ayla's neck, he struggled to make sense of the betrayal. At first, he thought that maybe the Jedi had learned about his dark side outbursts, but that couldn't be the cause. Ayla wouldn't turn on him for that reason, as she already knows about it. His realization struck like a lightning bolt. "Wait! You aren't Ayla!" In that moment, the illusion shattered, revealing the true nature of the trial. The trial sought to challenge his loyalty by distorting the bonds he cherished. Peter, on his knees but no longer bleeding, pushed himself up, the illusionary pain still lingering, but the awareness of the trial's deceit burned brighter. "If I killed Ayla in retaliation, then I would have failed the trial." "Nice try," he called out to the disembodied voice, his mind now completely clear. "But you'll have to try harder than that to trick me." Hearing the confidence in Peter's voice, the voice replied, "Challenge accepted." The words echoed ominously in the shifting darkness, resonating with an unsettling promise that sent shivers down Peter's spine. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he braced himself for what lay ahead. As realization dawned on Peter, a sudden bad feeling gnawed at him. The casual banter with the disembodied voice seemed to have triggered a response he wasn't entirely prepared for. The gravity of the situation sank in, and he couldn't shake the uneasy thought that perhaps he should have kept his defiant words to himself. Suddenly, the vast expanse around him shifted once more, the familiar signs of the former trial morphing into a rocky, lava-filled landscape. "The trial of Wrath's crucible," the voice proclaimed, "confront the inferno of rage within. The flames may seek to engulf, but channel the fury into purpose. Master the storm of anger, for in its crucible, strength tempered by control emerges." Instantly, a surge of fiery energy engulfed Peter, the air crackling with the heat of his own suppressed anger. It felt 100 times worse than his worst dark side outburst, the madness of rage threatening to consume him at any moment. F***ck. C12 Trials of Darth, 2 halves. The fiery landscape stretched before Peter, mirroring the turmoil within his own mind and soul. He immediately regretted opening his mouth and goading whatever maniacal shoal was putting through all of this. This keeps repeating. First, it was when he stupidly asked Yoda about the temple's history, and now he did it again. I should just sew my mouth shut at this point. But he wouldn't be able to wallow in his own idiocy for much longer, as memories of his mother's death flashed through his mind, igniting a flame of sorrow and anger that burned deep within him. With clenched fists, Peter struggled to contain the rage bubbling beneath the surface. The image of his cancer-ridden mother's lifeless body and the beeping sound of the heart monitor at the hospital haunted him, fueling the inferno of fury that threatened to swallow him whole. "No!" Peter roared, his voice echoing across the desolate landscape. Tears evaporated into the scorching heat as he relived the pain of loss, the raw emotion driving him to the brink of madness. The flames danced around him, reflecting the tumultuous storm raging within. Each flicker of fire whispered tales of betrayal and heartache, fanning the flames of Peter's anger to greater heights. As he grappled with the overwhelming surge of emotion, thoughts of his father, Ego, surged to the forefront of his mind. The revelation of Ego's true nature, the realization that his own flesh and blood was responsible for not only his mother's death, but also every single sibling of his, who he'll never have the chance to meet. All of this pain and suffering fueled Peter's rage like a blazing inferno. Aargh! He roared with fury as he unleashed a torrent of pent-up emotion. The ground trembled beneath him as he unleashed his anger, the fiery landscape mirroring the chaos within his heart. With each passing moment, Peter's control slipped further away, the rage consuming him from within. He lashed out at the fiery landscape, his fists pounding against the rocky terrain as if trying to vanquish the source of his torment. Next, the memories of his time with the Ravagers flooded his mind, adding fuel to the raging fire of his wrath. The pain of betrayal, the anguish of captivity, and the scars of torture ignited a fury unlike anything Peter had ever known. Yondu! Peter's voice echoed through the fiery landscape, the name a bitter curse upon his lips. The betrayal of the man who was supposed to become his surrogate father, the one who stole him from his home on the night of his mother's death, trapped him in a cell, and starved him in some cruel attempt at torturous entertainment. Just thinking about it brought Peter's rage to unseen levels. With a primal roar, Peter unleashed the full force of his fury, the flames erupting around him in a whirlwind of destruction, his eyes slowly brightening with a yellow hue. The landscape trembled and cracked beneath his feet as he unleashed his wrath upon the world. Illusions of Peter's rage swirled around him, each image a dagger aimed at his heart. The agony of losing his mother, the betrayal of Yondu, and the cruelty of his father threatened to overwhelm him, dragging him deeper into the abyss of rage. With every fiber of his being, Peter fought against the onslaught of emotions, his fists clenched in determination. He refused to succumb to the darkness that sought to consume him, knowing that to lose control would mean failure. But as the illusions grew stronger, so too did Peter's resolve. With a fierce determination burning in his eyes, he faced each image head-on, refusing to let them break him. Though the flames of his rage still burned bright, Peter began to realize that he held the power to control them. With each passing moment, he grew stronger, his will becoming a shield against the onslaught of his rage. No more! Peter's voice rang out through the fiery landscape, his words a declaration of defiance. He refused to be shackled by his anger any longer, knowing that true strength lay in mastering his emotions. Peter began to slowly get himself under a tiny modicum of control, his eyes still glowing a faint yellow as his mind raced, trying to recall the description of the trial. Confront the inferno of rage within. Yet, did that already the flames may seek to engulf, but channel the fury into purpose. Master the storm of anger, for in its crucible, strength tempered by control emerges. So I have to channel my anger while staying in control, he muttered, his voice bother-strained and hopeless. How the f*** am I supposed to do that? After taking a few calming breaths, Peter reached deep within himself, tapping into the well of power that lay dormant within. Slowly, he began to channel his rage, shaping it into a weapon to be wielded against his enemies. The flames around him responded to his command, bending to his will as he forged them into a blade of pure fury, which he grasped tightly, his hand burning from the heat. Sizzle! Grunting in pain, Peter refused to let go, his hand constantly burning as he held the sword, feeling its power envelope him. With each swing of his makeshift weapon, he cut through the illusions that sought to ensnare him, slicing them until they faded away. He especially enjoyed tearing apart Yondu and Ego's illusion, reveling in their downfall. But when it came to his mother's image, Peter stood frozen, unable to bring himself to attack. Unlike Yondu and his father, he loved his mother dearly, and just the thought of attacking her made him disgusted with himself. But she's not real, he reminded himself. Breathing heavily as his hand continued to sizzle, Peter found himself watching his mother for minutes on end before finally slashing her illusion away, a guilty feeling welling up in his chest as she vanished. He knew it wasn't actually her, but it just didn't feel right. Nonetheless, with the final swing of his fiery blade, Peter vanquished the last of the illusions, his victory a testament to the strength of his will. As the flames around him began to fade, Peter calmed considerably, though he could still feel his rage burning deep within. I may have controlled it for a little while, but if I want to actually master it, then I'll have to practice. Soon enough, the landscape shifted and Peter found himself standing in a void of darkness, taking a moment to catch his breath. Despite his efforts, the ember of rage still burned within him, a constant reminder of his need for practice. Suddenly, the raspy voice from earlier echoed through the darkness, congratulating Peter on completing the trial. Congratulations! You have passed the trial of Wrath's crucible, the voice intoned, its words echoing ominously in the empty space. Peter narrowed his eyes, his hand still throbbing even though it was healed again. Yet? So what now? He demanded, his voice tinged with defiance. You gonna throw me into another trial? Is this supposed to be some sick form of entertainment for you? There was a moment of silence before the voice replied, its tone cryptic and unsettling. You have shown potential, but your control over your rage is still lacking, it admitted, its words carrying a weight of warning. You must continue to practice if you wish to truly harness your emotions. Peter gritted his teeth, frustration simmering beneath the surface. Great, he muttered, rolling his eyes. So can I leave now, or? The voice chuckled darkly, its amusement sending a shiver down Peter's spine. Now why would you want to leave so badly? Am I not a good host? No, you've been delightful. Peter responds with a heavy dose of sarcasm. Oh, that's good. I was worried for a moment. The voice responded, completely ignoring his sarcasm. Now, it's time for the last trial. It announced before fading into the darkness. With a heavy sigh, Peter steeled himself for the challenges that lay ahead. Though he may not have mastered his rage completely, he was determined to continue on the journey towards self-discovery and redemption. As the darkness enveloped him, Peter braced himself for whatever trials awaited him next, relieved to know that it was the last. Seconds later, Peter found himself perched atop a scenic mountain top, his gaze locked on the breathtaking vista spread before him, though he remained aware that this was most definitely an illusion. Beside him, a blood-stained altar with a long knife laying atop it sent a shiver down his spine, making him wonder what kind of trial he would have to face next. Before he could gather his thoughts, the raspy voice returned, its presence both eerie and foreboding. Welcome to the trial of sacrificial ascendance, it intoned, the words echoing off the surrounding cliffs. Peter frowned, his heart pounding with unease. Sacrifice? What am I supposed to do now? He asked, his voice tinged with apprehension. The voice chuckled darkly, its tone filled with amusement. On the mountain's highest peak, you must face the necessity of sacrifice, it explained cryptically. Willingly surrendered your life for the greater good. Peter's stomach churned at the thought, his mind racing with the implications of the trial ahead. Did you just tell me to kill myself? He pressed, his voice growing more incredulous. And what's the greater good supposed to be? But before he could receive any answers, the voice vanished, leaving Peter alone on the mountaintop with nothing but his own thoughts. With a heavy sigh, he turned his attention to the altar, steeling himself for the challenge that lay ahead. As he approached the blood-stained stone altar, Peter couldn't shake the feeling of dread that hung in the air. With a deep breath, he reached for the long knife resting on the altar, his hand trembling slightly as he grasped the hilt. The weight of the blade felt heavy in his hand, a stark reminder of the gravity of the task before him. It's just an illusion, he reassured himself, his hands shaking as he held the knife up to his throat. That's right, it's just an illusion. What am I so worried about? Closing his eyes, Peter steeled himself for what he believed he must do, preparing to slit his own throat. But just as the blade grazed his skin, a sudden wave of defiance surged through him, halting his actions. This life was his second chance to live, and he wouldn't squander it on the whims of some twisted trial. After all, for all he knew, this knife was real and he was about to truly die. It's not worth the risk. With a defiant gesture, Peter tossed the knife aside and raised his middle fingers to the sky, his voice filled with resolve. You want a sacrifice? Why don't you come down here and kill yourself, you sadistic bastard? He shouted into the void, his words echoing off the mountainside. Seconds later, a red spectral figure materialized before him, its form flickering with an otherworldly energy. The figure wore ancient Sith armor, its facial features strikingly reminiscent of Keanu Reeves, but with a dark and foreboding aura. Insert picture of Ravan/Keanu Reeves, A/N, bonus points for Sith Ravan, and extra bonus points if you can find a darkside Ravan Force ghost. The ghostly figure chuckled darkly, its eyes gleaming with amusement. Well done, it intoned, its voice echoing with an eerie resonance. You're the first Jedi to pass the final test. W8 I passed. Peter replied in confusion. Yes, the red ghost seemed amused. After 4,000 years and countless challengers, you're the first to refuse to stupidly kill yourself for the greater good. He scoffed as the last two words left his mouth. Whatever that's supposed to mean. Are you saying that knife was actually real? Peter couldn't help but ask. Yes, and the blood as well. The Sith ghost replied with a nod. All of the contenders before you chose to kill themselves. He revealed, an amused tilting voice. You Jedi really know how to mold people into martyrs, don't you? It's actually quite impressive. Peter blinked in disbelief, unsure of what to make of the spectral apparition before him. Who, or what are you? He asked cautiously, his gaze fixed on the ghostly figure. The figure's lips curled into a sinister smile, its presence unsettling. I am Darth Ravan, Dark Lord of the Sith. But from this day forth, you may call me Master. C-13 Master and Apprentice. Peter stared at the ghostly figure before him, his expression blank as he tried to process the information being thrown at him. Darth Ravan, hey. He echoed, the name rolling off his tongue awkwardly as if tasting a foreign dish for the first time. Can't say that rings any bells. Should it? Sadly, Peter's knowledge of Star Wars comes from the movies, and Ravan never had a movie of his own. A/N, God please Disney. Please make a Ravan movie. The spectral figure of Ravan frowned, his ethereal form shimmering with a mix of indignation and disbelief. You have not heard of me? He asked, his voice carrying an edge of wounded pride. The revanchist, honored as Ravan, reviled as Ravan the Butcher, dreaded as the Dark Lord of the Sith Darth Ravan, and praised as the prodigal knight? Savior, conqueror, hero, villain? None of this sounds familiar. Peter simply shrugged, an apologetic smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Nope, drawing a blank here. Were you some big shot before you died? Wait, you are a ghost, right? The visage of Ravan seemed to deflate, the aura of menace dissipating as his ego took a serious hit. Indeed, I am a Force ghost, he admitted, his tone losing some of its earlier authority. It appears that the Jedi Order has chosen to erase me from history. Walking closer to Ravan, Peter couldn't help but let a teasing smirk spread across his face. Hey, don't sweat it, ghost guy, he said, clapping a hand on what he assumed would be Ravan's shoulder, only for it to pass through the apparition, adding to the awkwardness of the moment. Looks like you've got a branding issue. Maybe in your next life, consider hiring a PR team? I hear they do wonders. Just look at Logan Paul for example. Logan Paul? Ravan repeated in confusion. Peter chuckled awkwardly, nodding his head. Yeah, anyway, where's the exit again? I've got classes in the morning. He asked, looking around for a door. This whole trial thing has been fun and all, and I appreciate the offer of apprenticeship, but I think I'll pass. As he turned to leave, his steps echoing softly in the ancient, shadow-filled chamber, the ghostly figure of Darth Ravan appeared in his path, an ethereal barrier to the exit. The spectral figure's eyes glowed a deeper shade of yellow, betraying his refusal to simply let Peter walk away. You cannot leave, not yet, Ravan intoned, his voice resonating with a supernatural force that seemed to vibrate through the very air. Your destiny is greater than you know, and it intertwines with the teachings I can offer you. Peter stopped, an eyebrow raised in skepticism. Look, Raven, was it? Ravan the ghostly figure corrected him, a dangerous look in his yellow eyes. Yeah, sorry look, I'm all for destiny and stuff. But apprentice? To a ghost? He chuckled nervously, shaking his head. Yeah, no thanks. Besides, you're a Sith, which is cool and all, but I'd rather not get myself killed by the Jedi Order for practicing the dark side of the Force. As Peter walked through Ravan, feeling an odd, cold shiver down his spine as he passed through the ghostly figure, he was determined to leave. After all, he didn't know how long he's been here. For all he knew, the whole temple could be searching for him. Ravan, however, had other plans. A smirk formed on his ethereal face, and with a tone rich in amusement and cunning, he called out to Peter. You seek to leave, yet you have not considered the one lesson I can offer you above all: control over your rage. Peter paused, mid-step, a frown creasing his forehead. He turned around, facing Ravan's glowing figure. Rage? He echoed, skepticism painting his tone. You're a Sith. Won't you tell me to embrace my anger and let it run wild or something? Ah, but I'm not just any Sith. I was once a Jedi as well, one of the best even. Are you sure you don't want to accept my teachings? During the trials, your anger was quite impressive really, Ravan retorted smoothly, his voice a haunting melody in the dimly lit chamber. Unchecked, it will lead you down a path from which there is no return. The Sith thrive on such emotions, and the Jedi, they would not hesitate to end a threat they cannot convert to their ranks. Peter's expression softened, contemplation replacing his initial reluctance. He knew anger had always been his biggest problem, a flame that sometimes burned too brightly, threatening to engulf his reason. And here was Ravan, offering a way to harness that fire, to control it rather than let it control him. After a moment of silence, filled only by the distant, eerie echoes of the ancient chamber, Peter nodded slowly. "All right, Master," he said, his voice carrying a newfound resolve. "Teach me. But remember, I'm no Sith apprentice. I make my own decisions. I won't be turned into some monster, nor will I be following your orders. If I think your training is good, I'll do it. If not, then I'm out." Ravan's smirk widened, pleased with his new apprentice's backbone. "Very well. But know this," he warned, his voice taking on a solemn edge, "my lessons will be fraught with challenges and hardship. I wouldn't be surprised if you started begging to quit after the first hour. Are you sure you're up for it?" Peter simply shrugged in response. "Meh, I'll be fine," he replied. "I hope." Having finally agreed to Ravan's proposal for tutelage, Peter decided that it was time to leave. "All right, so how do I get out of here?" he asked, his voice laced with a touch of impatience. "Because as much as I love this little séance we're having, I have a life back at the Jedi Order to get to." Ravan's spectral form seemed to shimmer with a nod. "This way," he said, his voice echoing off the ancient stones as he glided toward a section of the chamber wall. The stones shifted, revealing a spiral staircase. "You've only been here for a few hours, so I doubt they know you're gone." "But it felt so much longer than that," Peter muttered. "That's just the after effects of the trials. Each trial warps reality in its own way," Ravan explained. "Being so close to a dark side nexus point doesn't help either." Peter paused, curiosity piqued. "Dark side what?" You don't know this either." Ravan frowned. "It seems the Jedi have been hard at work, hiding history from its own people." "Yeah, I get it. You're annoyed with the Jedi for erasing your existence. Can we just move on?" Peter sighed, exhausted from the trials he was forced to endure. "What the hell is a dark side nexus?" "The Jedi Temple on Coruscant is built over an ancient Sith shrine," Ravan began, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. "A shrine that sits at a Force Vergence, constructed long before the Galactic Republic's rise. The Jedi hope to neutralize its dark influence by overlaying it with their temple, and occasionally use it to seal away dark side artifacts. Though they haven't come down here in over 1,000 years." Peter's eyebrows shot up, finally realizing why Yoda wouldn't answer his question about the temple. "So, the Jedi are basically living on top of a Sith time bomb? That's kind of ironic, don't you think?" Ravan's ghostly form offered what might have been a shrug. "The galaxy is full of such ironies. The Force moves in ways beyond the comprehension of even the most wise and knowledgeable Jedi or Sith." Nodding, Peter asked. "So, is this shrine thing dangerous? Should we, I don't know, try to fix it or something?" he asked, his mind racing with visions of untold disasters, springing up from beneath the Jedi's feet. Ravan's ethereal figure paused, as if contemplating the question. "Yes and no," he finally answered. "In the hands of a malicious Sith Lord, the shrine's power could be catastrophic. But for now, it lies dormant, merely radiating a hum of dark side energy, which we will use to our advantage during your training." Peter nodded, the gears in his mind turning. Despite his trust issues, especially with ghosts of ancient Sith Lords, the idea of using such a place for training intrigued him. "All right, I guess that makes sense. Anyway, I should get going." "As you wish," Ravan replied, his tone even. As he prepared to leave, Peter made a mental note to investigate the shrine further, just in case his new master was lying to him. If what Ravan said was true, he needed to understand exactly what lay beneath the temple, and how to neutralize it should the need ever arise. "Before you go," Ravan called out as Peter turned to leave, "report back here tomorrow night. Your training officially begins then. Peter stopped, glancing over his shoulder at the spectral figure. Tomorrow night, huh? Okay, I'll be here. Ravan's smirk seemed to creep a glow in the dim light. Until tomorrow, my young apprentice. With an uncertain nod, Peter made his way out of the chamber, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts about the upcoming training, the mysterious shrine, and what it all meant for his future. Luck, it seemed, was on Peter's side. Despite the feeling that days had passed in the shrine below the temple, only a few hours had indeed slipped by. The Jedi Temple was cloaked in the serene quiet of night as he made his way back to his quarters, skillfully evading the notice of any patrolling guards. The whole ordeal felt surreal, like stepping out of a dream or a nightmare back into reality. Once safely inside his room, Peter wasted no time in stripping off the day's adventures along with his clothes, stepping into the shower. The hot streams of water felt like a cleansing ritual, washing away the residue of ancient dark energies and doubts that clung to him. But as the water poured over him, so too did a torrent of second thoughts. Was allying himself with Ravan, a Sith Lord, albeit a ghostly one, truly a wise decision? Accepting Ravan as his master was a gamble, one that could lead him into darkness or offer the mastery over his inner demons he so desperately sought. Only time would reveal the true cost of this alliance. He couldn't deny the allure of learning to control his rage, yet the Sith's notorious reputation for treachery and domination lingered in his mind, a shadow that soap and water couldn't wash away. Other than controlling his rage, Peter realized after tonight's incident that he also has another thing to work on. I need to find a better way to protect myself from mind control. After all, it was too easy for Ravan to make him go down there in the first place. Draped in a towel, Peter paced the cold floor of his room, unable to settle his own thoughts. Finally, surrendering to restlessness, he reached for his Walkman, the device almost an extension of himself. With a deep sigh, he put his headphones on and pressed play, letting the familiar strains of music envelop him. Police Cars Revolving Light play OOH Child by the 5 Stair Steps. Police Cars Revolving Light, A/N, I won't put all of the lyrics, but you can listen in the background if you want. Ooh child. Things are gonna get easier. Ooh child. Things'll get brighter. Ooh child. Things are gonna get easier. Ooh child. Things'll get brighter. Someday, yet. We'll put it together and we'll get it undone. Someday. When your head is much lighter. Someday, yet. We'll walk in the rays of a beautiful sun. Someday. When the world is much brighter. As the music filled his ears, a melodic balm to his frayed nerves, Peter curled up in bed. The songs, each one a piece of his soul, worked their magic, guiding him into a restful slumber. Thoughts of the day's events drifted into the background, overshadowed by the rhythmic beats and harmonies. For a moment, in the sanctuary of music, Peter found peace, a brief respite from the storm of uncertainties that awaited him. C14 Sparring Yoda. Peter awoke with a start, the remnants of the previous night's strange events still clinging to the corners of his mind. The room was quiet, too quiet, and for the first time in what felt like ages, he didn't sense the familiar, albeit intrusive, presence of his Jedi-mandated stalker. Could it be that Grand Master Yoda had finally called off the surveillance? The thought brought a flicker of hope, but he dared not get too excited just yet. Suddenly, the realization that he was running late for his classes jolted Peter out of his bed. With a flurry of motions, he dressed hastily, his mind racing with thoughts of Ravan, the training to come, and the eerie calm of the morning. As he bolted out of his room, his only focus was on making it to class on time, the peculiar silence of the force around him pushed to the back of his mind. Throughout the day, Peter found himself accompanied by Ayla, whose presence had become a constant in his life at the temple. As the day continued, filled with both training and studies, Peter couldn't help but notice the continued absence of his shadowy stalker. This absence, he mused, might just signify that he was finally free from the weight of Yoda's suspicions. It was a liberating thought. However, amidst his thoughts, Peter found himself sidelined during a sparring session. As he watched the younglings engage with their training sabers, his expertise in combat setting him apart, a sense of isolation crept in. It was then, in the midst of his distraction, that he noticed the small, green figure seated beside him. Yoda, silent and as inscrutable as ever, had somehow joined him without notice. Yoda's smile was knowing, almost as if he could read the tumultuous thoughts swirling within Peter. "Training, why are you not?" he asked, his voice tinged with that characteristic wisdom and curiosity. Peter shifted uncomfortably, unsure how to answer a question that Yoda probably already knows the answer to. None of the knights or masters are here today, and the teacher can't spar with me since he has to instruct the class, he responded, feeling somewhat childlike under Yoda's gaze. The Jedi Master nodded, his expression unreadable. Then, with a grace that belied his age, Yoda hopped down from his seat, gesturing for Peter to follow. "Train with you, I will today," he declared, setting off with a pace that demanded Peter hustle to keep up. In an open part of the training ground, a palpable air of anticipation settled over the class as Grandmaster Yoda strolled over and used the Force to summon 2 training sabers. With an effortless flick of his wrist, one saber soared through the air towards Peter, who caught it with a mixture of excitement and anticipation. After all, his lightsaber spars with Yoda were always the hardest. As Yoda caught his own saber, its light casted a soft glow over his features as he ignited it. Stood across from Peter, he adopted a stance of serene readiness, signaling for Peter to make the first move. "Wait for you, I am." The excited younglings, together with their teacher, formed a wide circle around the 2 combatants. Their eager chatter and wide eyes reflected the rarity of the spectacle unfolding before them, a duel between the legendary Jedi Grandmaster and the mysterious newcomer hailed as the Chosen One, though the children didn't know that last particular detail. Peter, smirking with a blend of confidence and anxiety, ignited his saber. The azure blade hummed to life, casting a radiant light across his determined features. He crept forward, each step measured and cautious, fully aware of the formidable opponent before him. In an instant, the duel commenced as Peter launched himself forward, unleashing a series of swift, calculated strikes, each one aimed with precision but met with Yoda's effortless parries. The clashing of their sabers echoed through the training ground, the crowd watching in rapt attention. Peter's movements were fluid and confident, a testament to all of his hard work. For a split second, he managed to weave a complex pattern of attacks, pushing Yoda to retreat and defend, showcasing his skill and earning impressed murmurs from the onlookers. For the first part of the spar, Yoda seemed to limit his responses, allowing his opponent to display the extent of his prowess while simultaneously doing just enough to push Peter to the absolute limit, bringing out every drop of his potential. The young Star Lord, bolstered by the challenge, executed a particularly daring leap, empowering his legs through the Force as he aiming a downward strike from above Yoda, slashing at his head. "Not bad," Yoda commented, his featured calm and collected. In a display of agility that contradicted his small, fragile-looking stature, Yoda flipped to the side, using the Force to enhance his movement, and lightly tapped Peter's shoulder with his saber, marking a point in a true sparring match. As the duel progressed, the tone shifted. Yoda's demeanor changed subtly, an almost imperceptible shift that signaled he would no longer hold back. With a sudden burst of speed, Yoda launched into an offensive, his body a blur of motion. His saber moved with such precision and swiftness that Peter found himself overwhelmed, barely able to defend. Each strike from Yoda was a lesson in itself, teaching through the pure, refined essence of combat. Peter, despite his best efforts, could not match the intensity of Yoda's assault. The Grandmaster's technique was unparalleled, a perfect blend of power, speed, and wisdom honed over centuries. With a final, masterful maneuver, Yoda disarmed Peter with a swipe of his sword, sending his saber spinning away before crashing to the ground. "Over, it is." Yoda nodded, extinguishing his training saber. The duel ended as swiftly as it had begun, leaving Peter breathless and beaten, yet filled with respect and admiration for the little Jedi Grandmaster. The younglings erupted into cheers and applause, marveling at the spectacle they had just witnessed. Yoda, however, simply offered Peter a knowing smile, one that spoke volumes of the lessons embedded in their encounter. "Much to learn, you still have," Yoda said, his voice gentle yet carrying the weight of undeniable truth. "But potential, great potential in you, I see." Peter, picking up his saber, and bowed his head, his earlier confidence replaced by a humbled gratitude. "Thank you, Master Yoda. I've got a long way to go, so I'll continue to work hard." Leaving the younglings to continue their training under the watchful eye of their instructor, Grandmaster Yoda stepped out into the cool, shadowed hall of the Jedi Temple. Awaiting him, stationed discreetly to the side of the corridor, was a Jedi guard clad in pristine white robes, which covered his entire body, his posture one of respect and readiness. As Yoda approached, the guard immediately knelt, lowering his head in a gesture of deference to the venerable master. Yoda paused, his eyes momentarily closing as if to read the air itself. When he spoke, his voice was as calm as the still surface of a remote lake. "Rise, you may." Follow youngling Quill, you need no longer, he instructed, his words carrying the weight of a final decision. Originally, Yoda set a watcher on Peter simply because he felt something off and didn't want to risk any complications with the Chosen One. But after today's encounter, and the many reports of Peter's mundane movements, he saw nothing that would warrant a further invasion of privacy. Yes, Peter's attachment to music was worrying, but not overly so. Music is an art and Yoda has no problem with such a small indulgence. Of course, not everyone would agree with him, which was why he didn't report any of Peter's information to the rest of the council, as it would no doubt start a heated debate amongst them. The guard looked up, confusion momentarily clouding his disciplined features. Grand Master, are your worries resolved? He dared to ask, his curiosity piqued. A hint of a smile played at the corners of Yoda's mouth, his gaze distant, recalling the intensity of the training session. Seems, my concerns were for naught, HMM. The day progressed with the weight of a starship on Peter's shoulders, the aftermath of his spar with Yoda lingering in every muscle. I need to get stronger, he thought as his body ached, though it wasn't the kind of ache that came from a solid hit, it was deeper, born from stretching the limits of his force abilities, pushing his body beyond what it was accustomed to. Ugh, he grunted every few steps, each movement a reminder of his loss. At least it was a loss to Yoda and not some Padawan. If it was a Padawan, Peter might feel a bit disappointed in himself. After all, his current record showed 30 wins and 0 losses against Padawans, 10 losses and 7 wins against Jedi Knights, and a hefty 62 losses and 0 wins against Jedi Masters. Worse still, the day's trials were far from over. As the sun dipped below the horizon of Coruscant, casting long shadows through the Jedi Temple's corridors, Peter was acutely aware of the Knight's impending challenge. His training with the enigmatic Sith Master awaited, a specter on the edge of his consciousness. The thought alone was enough to make his head throb, a mental ache to match the physical. However, there was a sliver of hope. The Force, ever his ally, offered not just a path to power but to healing. Seated quietly in his room, Peter closed his eyes, reaching out to the calming presence of the Force. It wrapped around him, a gentle embrace, slowly restoring his body back to top physical condition. He could feel the fatigue begin to melt away, the ache dulling under the Force's tender care. And by the time he rose, Peter was renewed, ready to meet his Sith Master once again. When the temple was bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, and the halls remained silent, only guards patrolling the area, Peter made his move, stepping into the corridor, the shadows greeting him as he vanished into the darkness. Descending the secret staircase that seamlessly closed behind him, Peter found himself engulfed in shadows, entering the depths below the temple for a second time. I have a creeping feeling that I'm going to regret coming here, he muttered. The corridor stretched out like the maw of some ancient beast, cold and unwelcoming. Ravan! He called into the darkness, his voice bouncing off unseen walls. The silence that greeted him was oppressive, a stark contrast to the lively hum of the Jedi Temple above. With each step, Peter's unease grew. The path seemed endless. Yet, driven by a mix of determination and apprehension, he pushed forward, navigating the twists and turns of the corridor with cautious steps. Finally, the oppressive tunnel opened up into a vast lit chamber, which was so large that Peter couldn't even see the ceiling. At the heart of this chamber stood a monumental structure, a pyramid-shaped temple that emanated a palpable darkness, its surface edged with ancient Sith symbols that seemed to dance in the shadows. Perched at the pinnacle of this sinister shrine, a figure awaited him. It was Ravan, his mysterious, ghostly Sith Master. Hey, Master! Peter, pausing at the foot of the temple stairs, felt the weight of the moment. This must be the Sith shrine he was talking about. He could feel like dark energy radiating from it in waves. Welcome, my young apprentice, to your first day of training, Ravan's voice resonated with an authority that commanded attention. With a fluid motion, Ravan drew a lightsaber from his side, which seemed to be real compared to his ethereal body. Wasting no time, he igniting it with a hiss that echoed through the chamber. The blade's crimson glow painted the shadows with blood-red streaks, casting Ravan's surroundings in a sinister light. Remember when you called me Raven yesterday? Ravan asked, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Why yes. Peter replied fearfully. Yes, what? Ravan gazed down at Peter in scrutiny. Yes, Master. Peter answered, wondering if he should just run for the door already. Better. Ravan nodded in approval before leaping off of the shrine, his lightsaber in hand. Now, let the torture begin. A/N, 2070 words, smiley face. C15 The Sith and Balance? On his first day of training with his Sith Master, Peter found himself in a frenzied escape, circling the shrine like a madman, running for his life. Behind him, Darth Ravan, his ghostly master in the dark and twisted ways of the Sith, pursued with relentless determination, his lightsaber casting a sinister glow that painted the ground in hues of red and orange. Peter's heart pounded in his chest, each beat a loud drum echoing the rhythm of his force-empowered sprint. His breaths were sharp, curing through the silence of the underground. "This is insane!" he shouted to no one in particular, half laughing, half crying at the absurdity of his situation. Ravan seemed to savor the chase. "Faster!" he called out, the malicious amusement clear in his voice. "Your life quite literally depends on it." The chase went on, minutes stretching into what felt like hours, the relentless pace a brutal reminder of Peter's weak body. His limbs felt heavy, each movement a testament to his determination and will to survive, his earlier laughter long gone, replaced by a very real need to survive. At first, it was kind of fun to run around with the force propelling his body forward, but as the minutes turned into hours, and the personification of death hot on his tail, swinging his lightsaber like a maniac, Peter began to lose all hope. "Okay, you can stop now," Peter shouted behind him, but Ravan didn't seem to be listening. Instead, he swung his sword at Peter's leg, chuckling as his apprentice leaped away. Finally, after spending a majority of the night struggling to survive, Ravan relented. "All right, that's enough," he said, not winded whatsoever. "After all, he's a ghost." Instantly, Peter collapsed, his body screaming in protest, his lungs begging for air. His whole being ached, the after-effects of overusing the force straining his body. Exhausted, he lay sprawled on the cold, stone floor before the imposing steps of the Sith shrine. His breath came in heavy, labored gasps, each one a testament to the grueling ordeal he had just endured under the watchful eye of his sadistic master. The latter sat perched on the steps, his lightsaber extinguished, a small, satisfied smile playing on his lips as he observed his pupils struggle to regain composure. "What did you learn?" Ravan's voice cut through the heavy silence of the chamber, imposing with a hint of amusement. Peter's reply came between breaths, laced with a mix of exhaustion and defiance. "That you're a sadistic psychopath that preys on children." Ravan's response was a snort, his hand instinctively reaching for his lightsaber. But before his fingers could graze its hilt, Peter hastily added to his answer, a sense of urgency in his voice, driven by a genuine fear of enduring more training. "I learned to run for my life," he managed to say, his tone serious yet hinting at the underlying humor he found in the absurdity of his situation. Ravan's expression shifted, a brow raised in mild amusement as he reached for his saber once again. Yet, Peter was quick to continue, "And that I should respect my master," he added, a tentative question in his voice, hoping to appease the Sith Lord. The corners of Ravan's mouth twitched upwards into a smile, seemingly pleased with this answer, at least for the moment. "Good," he simply said, his tone carrying a note of approval that was as rare as it was fleeting. "Now don't get too comfortable. The chase may be over, but the lesson has just begun." Peter groaned from his place on the floor, his gaze turning to Ravan. "As long as I don't have to stand up, you can teach me whatever you want." "Good, now for a history lesson." "The Sith," Ravan began, his voice echoing off the ancient walls, "originated long before the Republic, in an era where Force users were first discovering the depths of their powers. Unlike the Jedi, who mask their emotions and desire in pursuit of a false sense of peace, we Sith embrace the full spectrum of emotion. It is through passion that we gain strength, through strength we gain power, and through power, we achieve victory." Peter, too spent to muster a retort or even to sit up, could do little more than listen as Ravan delved into the annals of history. "Our purpose," Ravan continued, his tone somber yet imbued with a sense of undying conviction, "is not merely to dominate, but to liberate. The galaxy chains itself with laws and morals, but true freedom lies in the acceptance of one's nature and the will to act upon it." Peter's mind wandered as he listened. The idea of freedom had always resonated with him, which is why he planned to leave the Jedi Temple in the future, yet the Sith's interpretation was a bit off. After all, some laws and morals are very much needed in a functioning, healthy society. Ravan, sensing perhaps a shift in his apprentice's thoughts, paused before proceeding. "You must understand, Peter, that the mindset of a Sith is one of relentless pursuit. We are never satisfied, for satisfaction breeds complacency, and complacency is the death of progress." "Okay, it's a bit extreme, but I get it. Peter nodded, not sure if he wanted to adopt these beliefs, at least not to such an extent. The lesson shifted then, from history to the practicalities of Sith training. Every Sith apprentice undergoes trials, Ravan explained. Trials of pain, of strength, of wit, and more. These trials will test you in ways you cannot yet imagine, but they are essential. They forge us into the weapons we are meant to be. More trials? Haven't I done enough already? Peter complained. After all, he was already forced to undergo trials yesterday. No, these trials aren't like the ones you've been through, they're much simpler actually, he says as he goes on to explain each trial. In the trial of skill, Peter would have to fight his master in lightsaber combat. The test would allow him to use various techniques of lightsaber combat, mostly the technique of the Neiman form, the Jiyo form, and the Vapad form. In the trial of courage, Peter would have to face his fears, making him fearless and relentless in battle. Many masters would encourage their apprentices to have the courage they will need to proceed throughout the Sith trials, but in some cases, they would have to give them lessons. For example, using a whip and lashing them numerous times to the point where they feel no pain. Jesus Christ, that's effed up, Peter commented, eyeing Ravan warily. Don't even think about coming anywhere near me with a whip. I'll go straight to the Jedi Council and get your ghostly ass exorcised. What's the matter? Afraid of a little pain? Ravan asked, smirking down at his apprentice. Then I'm afraid you won't make it through the trial of flesh. In the trial of flesh, Peter would have to face a terrifying outcome of physical pain. In most cases, the trial of flesh would involve the dismemberment of a body part such as a forearm or leg. You, Peter commented as his master explained. You know what? Screw these trials. No wonder you Sith were so messed up. You literally brought it on yourselves. Ravan nodded his head. I actually agree, which is why we won't be doing any trials. Though I do think the trials of insight and spirit might do you good. In the trial of insight, Peter would be tested on his wits and common knowledge through complex puzzles and riddles. And lastly, in the trial of spirit, Peter would have to face himself in a mirror-like lightsaber duel. Those who come out victorious have the will and determination needed to overcome their own shortcomings and rise above the rest. Is there a trial for handsomeness and charm? Peter finally managed to quip, breaking the heavy silence. Ravan's response was a rare, genuine laugh. Sadly, no. The Sith can be charming in many ways, but it's power that ranks the highest in the hierarchy. You can be an ugly mute, but if you're powerful in the Force, the Sith will respect you. Hey, makes sense, I guess, Peter muttered, for psychopathic Siths, I mean. Ignoring Peter's backhanded comment, Ravan stood tall and imposing as he fixed Peter with a gaze that commanded attention. Now, sit up. It's time to meditate on the code of the Sith. His voice was stern, allowing no room for protest. He recited the code once more, emphasizing each line with a solemnity that filled the chamber. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain victory. Through victory, my chains are broken. Peter, still on the floor but now propped up on his elbows, grimaced. Yeah, about that. If I meditate on that, I'm pretty sure I'll end up a psychopath like you. No offense. He wasn't ready to surrender his sense of self to a creed that would no doubt turn him into a monster. Ravan's expression darkened at the comment, but he held back any retort. Instead, he simply nodded, acknowledging Peter's resistance. Peter, sensing an opening, pressed on. What's wrong with the Jedi Code, anyway? Isn't there some kind of middle ground? Of course, Peter had his problems with the restrictiveness of the Jedi Code, but at the end of the day, he'd rather be a sane Jedi than an insane Sith. With a sigh, Ravan recited the Jedi Code, his tone dripping with disdain for its teachings. There is no emotion, there is peace. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no passion, there is serenity. There is no chaos, there is harmony. There is no death, there is the Force. He shook his head. It denies the very nature of life, Peter. Life is emotion, chaos, and, yes, death. The Jedi seek to deny reality itself. Peter rubbed his chin, thoughtful. Okay, I see your point. The Jedi Code is a bit unrealistic. But turning into an emotion-fueled powerhouse doesn't sound too appealing either. Isn't there something else? Another way? Ravan smiled, as if expecting his student to ask this. He spoke. There might be. It's called the Grey Jedi Code. He then recited the code, flowing through all, there is balance. There is no peace without a passion to create. There is no passion without peace to guide. Knowledge fades without the strength to act. Power blinds without the serenity to see. There is freedom in life. There is purpose in death. The Force is all things and I am the Force. It recognizes the complexity of the Force and of life. As Ravan's voice trailed off, Peter felt a strange calm descend upon him. The words seemed to echo in the vast emptiness of his soul, weaving through the shadows and illuminating a path Peter had never imagined. Without realizing it, he had closed his eyes, his breaths deepening, each inhale drawing in the Force around him, and each exhale releasing a built-up stress, which he didn't even notice until now. Was the Jedi Code harming me in some way? He wondered as he continued to recite the Grey Jedi Code in his head. In this state of deep meditation, the lines between the light and dark blurred. Peter could sense the Force as a whole, not divided by ideology but as a spectrum of endless possibilities. It was as if the very essence of the universe was speaking to him, whispering secrets long kept from those who chose only to see in absolutes. Ravan's eyes widened as he watched Peter lift off the ground, his body radiating pure Force energy. C-16 Purification. As Ravan's voice filled the ancient chamber with the tenets of the Grey Jedi Code, a shift occurred within Peter. His body, previously slumped in exhaustion, suddenly began to levitate, suspended a few feet above the cold, stone floor. A soft glow emanated from him, pushing back the nearby shadows. Ravan halted mid-sentence, his eyes widening in disbelief. The air around them seemed to vibrate with energy, charged by the Force itself. What they? The Sith Lord, seasoned in the ways of the dark side and familiar with countless Force phenomena, recognized the significance of this moment. Peter was not just meditating, he was experiencing enlightenment, a rare moment of pure connection with the Force. Standing before his young apprentice, Ravan felt a surge of power emanating from Peter, a balance in the Force that he hadn't sensed in anyone for ages. It was a harmony of light and dark, intertwining yet distinct, flowing through Peter with an ease that was both astonishing and unnerving. In that moment, Ravan understood the potential of the boy before him. Peter was not merely a diamond in the rough, he was a Force prodigy, possessing a natural affinity for balance that many spent lifetimes striving to achieve but never quite grasping. This was not the result of training or discipline, though Peter certainly didn't slack in either department, but an innate connection to the Force that transcended the traditional boundaries of Sith and Jedi teachings. Out of nowhere, a thought crossed Ravan's mind, a question that had been debated by both Sith Lords and Jedi Masters for generations: is Peter really the chosen one, prophesied to bring balance to the Force? The very notion seemed improbable, yet the evidence was before him, levitating in a state of peace and power. Ravan approached Peter cautiously, observing the calm that had enveloped him. There was no fear, no agitation, just a serene acceptance of the Force flowing through him. It was a sight to behold, a testament to the potential within every being to touch the fabric of the universe in their unique way. The room fell silent, the only sound being the soft hum of energy surrounding Peter. Ravan, for all his knowledge and power, stood humbled by the display. The sight before him was not just rare, it was unprecedented. However, the marvels of the day were far from over. Without warning, Peter, still suspended in mid-air, began to move. His body, bathed in the gentle luminescence of Force enlightenment, glided with purpose towards the Sith shrine situated atop the pyramid. The air around him rippled with the energy of his passage, as if the very Force itself was parting to ease his journey. Peter! Ravan called out, his voice a mixture of concern and awe. But it was as if Peter was entranced in a world of his own, beyond the reach of mere words. Ravan could only watch as his apprentice approached the dark monument that had, for centuries, been a conduit of a massive amount of dark side energy. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the pyramid, Peter, still in that balanced state, extended his hands towards the shrine. The energy surrounding him intensified, illuminating the hieroglyphs and ancient symbols etched into the stone. What followed was nothing short of miraculous. Waves of energy, both dark and light, began to oscillate around the shrine, intertwining and then separating in a harmonious dance. The dark energy that had long tainted the shrine and the Force nexus it was connected to began to purify, but it wouldn't be that easy. The shrine, sensing the presence of an entity capable of challenging its centuries-old power, began to react violently. The ground trembled beneath them as the shrine, unwilling to be taken lightly, summoned its dark reserves. From the shadowy crevices of the pyramid, tendrils of pure darkness emerged, writhing like snakes preparing to strike. They lashed out towards Peter, driven by the malevolent will of the shrine, seeking to extinguish the light threatening its existence. Ravan, watching from afar, his spectral form flickering with the intensity of the moment, felt a surge of fear for his apprentice. With a desperate attempt to intervene, he reached out with his remaining connection to the dark side, trying to shield Peter from the impending assault. However, his efforts were in vain. As a Force ghost, his powers were a mere shadow of what they once were, and the backlash from the shrine's counterattack sent shockwaves through his spiritual form, forcing him down to his ethereal knees. But the shrine had underestimated its opponent. As the dark tendrils neared, a remarkable transformation occurred within Peter. Unconsciously tapping into the dark side, he seized control of the menacing energies, halting their advance with an unseen force. Then, with the serenity of a seasoned Jedi, he channeled the light side of the Force, disintegrating the tendrils into nothingness. The pyramid quaked as its dark energies were purged, the tendrils evaporating before they could so much as graze Peter's skin. He remained suspended in air, a beacon of balance amidst the chaos, untouched and unharmed. Ravan, now slowly regaining his composure, could only watch in awe. With the tendrils gone, Peter had just enough time to purify the last of the shrine, morphing it into a state of equilibrium. Even the Force Nexus, which had been tainted in the energies of the dark side for thousands of years, had returned to balance, neither light nor dark. The pyramid, once a bastion of darkness, now stood as a monument to balance, purified by a child. Ravan, witnessing the event, felt a mixture of shock and enlightenment. The very foundations of his understanding of the Force were being challenged and reshaped. Never in his years, not as a Sith Lord nor as a Jedi, had he seen such a raw manipulation of the Force's very essence. But then, as quickly as it began, the spectacle ended. Peter, the architect of this unprecedented act, fell from the air, his body succumbing to gravity as he collapsed onto the stone floor below, unconscious. "Peter!" Ravan called out again, rushing to his apprentice's side. But there was no response. Peter lay still, deep in a sleep that was as much a collapse from exhaustion as it was a retreat into recovery. Ravan, kneeling beside him, checking him over and found not a single injury, his body simply racked with an overwhelming amount of exhaustion and fatigue. "Thank the Force he's okay," Ravan sighed in relief as he began to realize just how important his apprentice really was. The Sith Lord could only marvel at the young man's resilience and power. The display he had just witnessed went beyond the teachings of the Sith, beyond the doctrines of the Jedi. Peter Quill had touched something universal, something foundational to the Force itself. In his silence, Ravan pondered the significance of what had transpired. The shrine, once a symbol of division and conflict between the dark and the light, now stood purified, its energies balanced. And Peter, an 11-year-old boy, had achieved what countless Sith Lords and Jedi Masters had failed to accomplish. True balance. As Ravan watched over Peter, ensuring his safety in the aftermath of such monumental exertion, he couldn't help but wonder about the future. Peter's eyes flickered open to the coarse touch of the hard stone beneath him, his mind momentarily clouded, unable to recall how he ended up at the pinnacle of the Sith shrine. "Hey! Did I pass out?" He gingerly sat up, rubbing the back of his head, greeted by the same ancient, eerie structure of the Sith shrine, only this time he couldn't feel any dark side energy radiating from it, which was odd. "Did I pass out from all that Force running?" Peter mumbled to himself, recalling the exhaustive training session with Ravan. It wouldn't have been the first time his body gave out after pushing himself too hard, but this felt different. Before he could further ponder his situation, a shadow loomed over him. Peter looked up to see Ravan, his expression a mix of worry and awe. "You're awake. How do you feel? Do you remember what happened?" Ravan bombarded him with questions, his tone laced with an urgency Peter couldn't quite place. Peter blinked up at Ravan, his confusion mounting. If by what happened you mean my impromptu nap here, then no. I remember you telling me about the Grey Jedi Code. I started meditating for a moment, and feeling all of my stress melt away, but that's it, I think. Why, did I miss something fun?" Ravan's face softened, though the concern never quite left his eyes. You don't remember purifying the shrine? Using the Force to balance its energy?" he asked, his voice a mixture of disbelief and wonder. Peter's eyebrows shot up. "I did what now?" he asked, genuinely perplexed. Purifying an ancient Sith shrine sounded like something better said than done, far beyond any feat he imagined himself capable of. "I think I'd remember doing something like that." Are you sure the dark side energy isn't getting to you, old man? Ravan took a deep breath, his gaze shifting between Peter and the now dormant shrine. It seems you did it unconsciously. No, the Force must have guided you. You've done what many believed impossible. This shrine, it's been a source of dark energy for millennia. But you've somehow balanced it. Peter's eyes widened in disbelief. He looked around, half expecting to see some sign of his extraordinary deed. But aside from the peaceful energy that now permeated the area, there was nothing. Balanced, hey? Cool. Ravan couldn't help but chuckle, despite the gravity of the situation. Yes, cool, I suppose. Whatever that means these days. Boomer Peter commented, but Ravan didn't seem to understand that either. Ignoring the odd vocabulary of his apprentice, Ravan suddenly remembered something, his voice urgent. Peter, the sun will rise soon. You must leave now if you intend to make it back in time. Peter's eyes snapped open wide, a spark of alarm igniting within him. With effort, he pushed himself up, feeling the groan of his muscles, a testament to the rigorous training and exertions that his body has gone through recently. But despite the aches that screamed with every movement, there was an underlying sense of accomplishment, a feeling that something monumental had transpired. Maybe I really did purify the shine. He scrambled to his feet, his movements stiff and awkward. Right, yeah, I gotta go, Peter managed to say, his voice hoarse. As he turned to leave, Ravan's voice halted him. Remember, return again tonight. Our work is far from finished. Hell no. Peter immediately refused. I'm sleeping the whole night tonight. I'm a growing boy after all. I'll see you tomorrow night. Though he dashed off into the dimly lit corridor that led back to the exit, giving his master no time to complain. As Peter finally slipped into his room, unnoticed by anyone, he checked the time and let out a tired sigh, realizing that he wouldn't be getting any more sleep tonight. Sadly, sleep was a luxury he couldn't afford. At least not at the moment. Peter slumped onto his bed for a brief moment, the weight of his exhaustion pressing down on him like a physical force. But the day beckoned unforgivingly. With a resigned groan, Peter got up and prepared for breakfast before classes started, the excitement of the night's discoveries shadowed by his growing exhaustion. Yet, as he headed out, a part of him couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Underneath the fatigue and the longing for sleep was the undeniable truth that he resonated with a new Jedi code and somehow purified a dark side shrine, which was attached to a Force nexus. Does this make me more Bada *S than the original Star-Lord? He wondered, comparing himself to his movie counterpart. But ultimately, he shrugged uncaringly. I guess it doesn't really matter, I'll just keep doing me. C17 time skip. Time skip. 1 year later. In the silent shroud of the night, atop the once corrupted Sith shrine now cleansed of its dark past, sat a 12-year-old Peter Quill, his eyes glowing a fierce yellow. Thin blue strands of lightning danced along his outstretched hands, crackling with the raw energy of the Force. His master, Darth Ravan, observed closely, his ethereal silhouette bathed in the glow of Peter's power. Control, Peter, his voice cut through the night, stern yet encouraging. Your rage fuels your strength, but it must not govern you. Peter's expression, twisted in concentration and anger, softened at Ravan's words. Taking a deep, steadying breath, he reined in his emotions, the chaotic dance of lightning calming into a steady, controlled flow. His eyes returned to their normal shade, the yellow light fading as he wrangled control of his rage, at least for the time being. Over the past year, Peter had become a regular visitor to this underground shrine, seeking the teachings of his new master under the cover of darkness. Through Ravan's guidance, he's delved deep into the Sith arts, learning to conjure Force lightning, as he's doing now. Of course, that wasn't all he's learned. Peter's become quite adept at a few different Sith arts, such as Force choke, a power where one would use the Force to choke or strangle a victim, oftentimes with a grip-like gesture. Or deadly sight, an ability that harnessed a Force user's fury and hatred and then projected that through an intense glare onto the victim. It should blister the skin and vaporize extremities, but sadly, Peter wasn't at that level yet. At most, he could scare his enemies with a single look, which wasn't a bad start. But one of the things Peter's focused on the most, other than controlling his own emotions, was safeguarding his mind, as he didn't want to be hypnotized, controlled, or have his thoughts read. And thankfully, both the Jedi and Sith had their own ways of protecting their minds, so Peter had the luxury of learning both, securing himself like a towering fortress. Yet, the techniques he's learned were more than simple weapons or safeguards, they are a reflection of his mastery over himself, a balance Peter struggled to maintain. Though he was progressing more and more each day. Each lesson was demanding, pushing Peter to the brink of his emotional and physical limits. Learning to channel his emotions, to let them empower him without succumbing to their control, was an especially arduous task. Yet, it was one that the Grey Jedi Code helped him navigate. This unique philosophy, blending the differences of each side of the Force, offered him a beacon of balance amidst the hardship of his training. And to Peter's surprise, Darth Ravan was unlike any Sith he'd seen on the big screen. Beyond the expected and often brutal teaching methods, Ravan proved to be an astute and wise mentor. His guidance often weaved between the harsh lessons of the Sith and the wisdom of the Jedi, reflecting his own complex history with both orders. Despite the harshness of his training, Peter couldn't deny the growth he'd experienced under Ravan's tutelage. The Sith Lord's sadistic tendencies were undeniable, yet his approach to teaching was effective, imbuing Peter with a profound understanding of the Force from a perspective he hadn't known before. However, Peter's education in the Force wasn't limited to the dark teachings of his Sith Master. Above, within the Jedi Temple, he had access to the teachings and wisdom of numerous Jedi Masters. His foundation in the Jedi ways remained strong, and his skills and knowledge often surpassing what he learned from Ravan. After all, he was learning to be a Jedi for 2 years before he accepted Ravan as his teacher. His journey had begun with the Jedi, and their teachings continued to guide him, ensuring his path wasn't consumed by the dark side. Over the past year, in his Jedi training and studies, Peter has learned and become adept at a few light side abilities, but the most important of them were telekinesis, which he also learned from Ravan, and Force Light. Telekinesis is a neutral ability that most Force sensitives had, which allowed them to move and otherwise manipulate physical matter in a variety of ways, all with the power of the Force. Force Choke was actually a branch of this technique. And secondly, Force Light is a light side power, which Peter learned for 2 very important reasons: to protect himself against Ravan in the early days of his apprenticeship, just in case, as he didn't know him very well yet. And most importantly, to help suppress his own dark side if the need ever arose. When used against a Sith or other dark side users, Force Light would weaken the Darksider's connection to the Force. With the light of the Force, Peter could either purge or contain dark side manifestations or nexus points, whether in places, spirits, or even living persons. Hence why it was such a good ability to have for Peter, and Yoda was more than happy to teach it to him. Although Peter's studies were separated by light and dark, one Sith and the other Jedi, he did his best to incorporate all that he's learned within himself. After all, in all things, balance seemed to be the key. Especially when it came to the Grey Jedi Code. As Peter controlled the Force lightning, dimming its intensity but maintaining its presence, he reflected on his journey. The past year had been transformative, challenging him in ways he hadn't imagined. The balance between the dark and the light within him was a constant battle, one that the Grey Jedi Code helped him navigate. But there was one thing that he wasn't able to progress in, and that was the power he used to purify the Sith Shrine. Ravan called it a state of Force enlightenment, and Peter has tried to re-access that powerful state countless times, yet no matter how hard he tried, it didn't seem possible, at least not yet. Good, Peter, Ravan commended, a rare note of approval in his voice. Remember, the Force is a reflection of our will. Mastery comes from within. Peter nodded, absorbing the lesson. Despite the complexity of his training, swinging back and forth between the Sith and Jedi teachings, he felt a sense of accomplishment. The path he walked was his own, shaped by the wisdom of both orders yet bound by neither. As the minutes rolled by, Peter's hands continued to crackle with electricity. But soon enough, he began to struggle once again, fatigue setting in. Noticing his apprentice's struggle, Ravan decided it was time to move on. Enough, he declared, his voice a mixture of stern command and a hint of eagerness for what was to come. That's enough for today, let's move on to combat training, where the true test of your control and your will shall be revealed. Oh, thank God, Peter sighed in relief as the lightning vanished, his hands still stinging from every time he messed up and shocked himself. With a casual flick of his wrist, Ravan sent 2 stolen training sabers spinning through the air towards Peter. Catching them with an ease born of constant practice, Peter watched as Ravan summoned another pair of stolen sabers to his hands. The azure blades ignited with a hiss, casting eerie shadows on the stone floor. Peter ignited his own sabers, the blades glowing a similar soft blue. Shi Cho or Neiman? Peter asked. What do you think? Devon replied, his brow raised. Niemann it is. He assumed the opening stance of Form 6, Niemann, the dual-wielding form that Ravan had been teaching him throughout the past year. Ravan, his posture relaxed yet menacing, watched Peter with a critical eye, but Peter didn't make a single move. Instead, he simply stood in his stance, waiting for his master to come forward. And so, the duel commenced with Ravan advancing, his movements a blur of precision and power. Peter met his master's strikes with deft blocks and counterattacks. Each clash of their sabers echoed through the cavernous chamber. Ravan was relentless, each of his strikes a lesson in the brutal efficiency of combat. Peter, fueled by determination and a year's worth of training, responded with equal fervor. His mastery of Niemann allowed him to keep up with Ravan's aggressive onslaught, but just barely. "You're too defensive, Peter." Ravan barked as he pushed Peter back with a series of aggressive strikes. "Niemann is about balance, but you must not forget the importance of offense. Strike, don't just parry." Peter took the advice to heart, adjusting his stance to be more aggressive. He launched a swift series of attacks, aiming to push Ravan back. But Ravan easily countered, demonstrating the vast gap in their skill levels. The dance of their blades was a blur, a deadly ballet illuminated by the light of their sabers. Ravan's style was a mix of precision and sadistic pleasure, taking every opportunity to exploit Peter's mistakes and punishing him for it. "Ugh!" Peter grunted as his right arm was hit for the 5th time in a row. "How many times must I beat it into you before you learn to evade?" Ravan chided, a malicious air to him. "If this was a real duel, your arm would have been severed minutes ago." As almost an hour passed, Peter stood across from his master, unable to lift his arms anymore, exhausted beyond belief. Can we call it for today?" he asked, his breaths heavy. And with a sudden, unexpected maneuver, Ravan appeared before Peter in a burst of speed, knocking him to the floor, sending one of his sabers clattering alongside him. Peter, battered, panting, and drenched in sweat, could only watch as Ravan pointed the tip of his saber down at his chest. The duel concluded. "You have improved, Peter," Ravan conceded, his voice carrying a trace of rare approval. "But remember, mastery of Niemann requires not just balance in technique but also in aggression and defense. Let this lesson deepen your understanding." Yes, Master," Peter groaned as he stood to his feet, every inch of his body screaming at him in pain. The training had been grueling, leaving Peter both physically and mentally exhausted. Yet, as Ravan began to turn away, signaling the end of their nightly ritual, Peter remained still, an unusual hesitance in his stance. "Master Ravan," Peter began, his voice steady despite the fatigue that weighed heavily on his shoulders. "I might not make it to training for the next few days." The air between them grew tense, a palpable shift as Ravan's ethereal cloak fluttered to a stop. He turned, his features obscured by shadows yet the intensity in his eyes unmistakable. "And why is that?" Ravan's tone held an edge of disapproval, an unspoken rule being challenged. Peter shuffled his feet, an awkward tension building. "Well, I've decided to join the Jedi Initiate exam this year. To, become a Padawan and stuff," he said, scratching the back of his head. A sheepish grin spread across his face, betraying his nervousness about the decision. "A/N, yes, I know it's called the Jedi Initiate Trials, but the word trial has been passed around a lot lately, so I decided to change it." For a moment, silence hung between them, thick and unyielding. "You seek to undertake the exam," Ravan finally said, his voice low and contemplative. "A significant step. But why bother? I doubt you plan to stay with the Jedi for long. In fact, I could help you leave right now if you'd like." Peter's grin faded into a look of determination. "You're right, I don't plan to stay with the Jedi. But I'd rather leave after my training is finished, and preferably on good terms with them as well." After all, if he were to just run away, that would no doubt start a manhunt, which would do nothing but make his life harder. Ravan studied Peter for a long moment before nodding once, a silent concession. "Very well. But be careful. It's been a long time since I've gone through my initiate exam, so I can't say for sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if they test your emotions in some way." Peter nodded, a mix of excitement and apprehension bubbling within him. "Thanks, Master. I'll keep my guard up." The rising sun cast a soft, golden hue over the Jedi Temple, its light filtering through the large windows and illuminating the cafeteria where Peter sat for breakfast. Across from him was Ayla, who turned 8 years old just a few weeks ago. She had grown from the tiny, inquisitive girl he first met into a slightly less tiny force of nature, her presence comforting and familiar, though Peter would never admit that out loud. As they ate, their conversation flowed easily, filled with the kind of teasing and laughter that had become a hallmark of their relationship. Despite her youth, Ayla's maturity and understanding had blossomed, making her company something Peter enjoyed. It reminded him of his sister from his previous life, a connection he knew he could never return to. Finishing their meal, Peter felt a mix of excitement and nerves churn within him. Today was the day he would declare his intention to join the Jedi Initiate exam, a significant step toward his goal to ultimately leave the Jedi Order. The walk to class was silent, a contrast to their usual chatter. As they entered the classroom, the presence of Master Yoda immediately commanded attention. Without hesitation, Peter stepped forward, his actions drawing the eyes of every youngling in the room. "I wish to join the Initiate exam this year," Peter announced, his voice steady despite the whirlwind of emotions inside him. A murmur of surprise rippled through the room. Ayla's expression shifted to a frown, the upset clear in her eyes, as well as a hint of hurt that he hadn't told her beforehand. Master Yoda regarded Peter with a deep, contemplative gaze. "Sure of this, are you? Only 3 years, you have been with us. Longer, most younglings wait before they are ready." Standing firm, Peter met Yoda's gaze. "I'm ready," he stated with confidence. Yoda studied him a moment longer, then nodded, a small smile appearing. "Add you to the list, I will." Relief washed over Peter, when suddenly, a familiar blue figure appeared beside him. "I wish to take the Initiate exam too," Ayla exclaimed, shocking Peter. "Hey! C18 Jedi Initiate exam, 1/2. Trophy yesterday's GIF winner, S. Ben Bagman, trophy, A/N, crown." As the final class ended, signaling the end of another day at the Jedi Temple, Peter hurriedly gathered his belongings. His mind, however, was not on the looming Jedi Initiate exam, which he just enrolled himself in, but on his friend, Ayla, who had stormed out of the classroom without waiting for him as she usually does. "Ayla, wait up!" Peter called out, navigating past the many younglings making their way through the corridor. But Ayla didn't slow, her pace quick and resolute, a clear sign she was upset. Since the moment Master Yoda had accepted her impromptu decision to join the Jedi Initiate exam, Peter had sensed a rift between them. Even his attempts at congratulating her had been met with silence, a stark contrast to their usual exchanges. And now, she was ignoring him, her silence a heavy weight on his conscience. Following her all the way to their secret hideout, a spacious storage closet, Peter barely managed to slip inside before Ayla shut the door with a forceful push. The room fell silent, save for Ayla's heavy breathing. Seeing that she still wouldn't say a word, Peter knew he had to make the first move. "Look, Ayla, I'm sorry I didn't tell you about the exam," Peter started, his voice tinged with genuine regret. "I was nervous, and it just slipped my mind." Ayla's gaze remained fixed on the floor, but her silence now seemed contemplative rather than cold. Finally, she spoke, her voice hesitant. "It's okay, Peter. I forgive you." Peter let out a relieved sigh. "Good, you had me worried there for a minute." As the initial tension began to dissipate, Ayla's demeanor shifted from upset to outright anxious. She began to pace, her movements erratic. "But what about the exam? Do you think it'll be hard? Am I even ready for this?" Peter watched her, noting the genuine fear in her eyes. He knew he had to be honest with her. "Ayla, truthfully, I don't think you're ready," he said gently. "Most younglings wait until they're at least 13. And you only just turned 8. Ayla stopped pacing, her frustration evident. "But I've been here more than twice as long as you. How can you be ready and not me?" Peter shrugged, a soft smile playing on his lips. "I've been training non-stop for 3 years, Ayla. I've pushed myself to the limit each and every day. I think I can pass just about whatever they throw at me." Ayla frowned, muttering under her breath, "I can pass too." "I believe you could, especially on a written test," Peter agreed, trying to bolster her spirits. "But dueling, you know it's not your strong suit." Ayla huffed, crossing her arms. "I'm not that bad at dueling." Peter just looked at her, waiting. After a moment, she sighed, conceding. "Okay, maybe my swordsmanship could use some work." "So, are you still planning to join the exam?" Peter asked, his tone soft yet curious. Ayla's response was resolute, her chin lifting defiantly. "Yes. I refuse to do nothing and let you leave me behind," she said, clearly afraid of being separated from him. Admiring her determination, Peter's smile widened. How about I help you? I can tutor you in dueling, but be warned, I won't go easy on you. The spark returned to Ayla's eyes as she nodded eagerly. Deal. Seconds after Ayla accepted his offer, Peter let out a creepy laugh, sending a chill down her spine. Seeing the sadistic smirk on his face, she began to second-guess her decision. Ayla POV. Ayla focused hard, her training saber humming in the air as she tried to anticipate Peter's next move. They were in their secret hideout, a space that had become their makeshift dojo for the day. Every swing and parry pushed her to her limits, but she couldn't help but reminisce about the journey that had led her to this moment, training under the tutelage of someone she now considered a brother. It all started on Peter's first day in the Bear Clan. Ayla remembered the curiosity that bubbled inside her as she approached him, the new and surprisingly old student who seemed to have an invisible shield around him. He was polite, yet there was a distance in his eyes, a barrier that seemed to ward off any attempts at closeness. After that day, Ayla didn't speak to him again, not until a fateful day that forever changed her perception of Peter Quill. She had accidentally stumbled upon him during one of his dark side outbursts. The room was shaking, objects levitating as if caught in a tempest, and Peter's eyes glowed a fearsome yellow. The power he exhibited was unlike anything she had ever felt, terrifying yet mesmerizing. For a moment, she was convinced he was a Sith infiltrator, plotting against the Jedi from within. Her heart raced as she planned to report him, but fate intervened in the form of Peter's Walkman. The music, a relic from his home, changed everything. Fixing it for him led to an unexpected revelation. As Peter listened, the dark storm of his emotions calmed, replaced by a light side outburst that radiated peace, love, and an almost addictive joy. It was a side of the Force Ayla had never experienced so profoundly. From that day on, Ayla stuck to Peter like glue, determined to break down the walls he had erected around himself. It wasn't easy. Peter was heavily guarded, unwilling to make a single friend in the Jedi Order. But Ayla's persistence paid off, and slowly, she found herself being let in, past the barriers and into his heart. 3 years had passed since their first meeting, and their bond had only deepened. Peter had become more than a friend, he was like a brother, always there to offer a helping hand or a word of encouragement. And now, as they stood facing each other with training sabers in hand, Ayla couldn't help but appreciate his presence in her life. Every instruction from Peter, every corrective tap of his lightsaber against hers, was a godsend to Ayla. Somehow, in this single spar, she was learning more about dueling than she had in months, and it was all thanks to Peter. Of course, Peter should have been focusing on his own preparations for the Jedi Initiate exam, yet here he was, investing his time and energy into making sure Ayla was ready. It was this sort of selflessness that she admired and loved about him. Focus, Ayla, Peter's voice broke through her thoughts. Remember, don't just use your eyes. Feel the force around you and anticipate my movements. Taking a deep breath, Ayla nodded, centering herself. She let the force flow through her, feeling the area around her. Eyes widening, as she slowly began sensing her opponent's every move, Ayla engaged Peter with renewed vigor, their lightsabers clashing in a dance of light and shadow. In that moment, Ayla realized just how much Peter had impacted her life. And as they trained, she knew that no matter the outcome of the exam, even if they were separated as she feared they would be, their bond would remain unbroken. Almost a week had slipped by, a week of relentless practice and countless duels under the dim lights of their secret hideout. Now, the morning of the Jedi Initiate exam had arrived, casting a blend of excitement and nerves over Peter and Ayla. Together, they navigated the ancient, stone corridors of the Jedi Temple, heading towards the unknown challenges that awaited them in the examination room. Ayla, usually composed, found herself lost in a torrent of nervous chatter, speculating about the myriad possibilities the exam could hold. Peter listened, a half-smile playing on his lips despite the headache that started to pulse at his temples from her relentless babbling. He admired her enthusiasm, even if it was born from anxiety. Yet before the ache in his head could blossom into a full-blown throb, they arrived at the classroom. The room was packed with teenagers, their ages ranging from 13 to 16, each wearing the determined look of a youngling on the brink of a major milestone. As Peter and Ayla stepped inside, a hush fell over the room, a wave of surprised glances sweeping their way. Ayla's youthful appearance drew silent questions and whispers, contrasting sharply with the room's older occupants. Peter, however, was rather tall for his age, easily blended in more seamlessly among the teenagers. His gaze swept across the room, meeting stares with a blend of curiosity and challenge, until they found their seats. As they settled, a kind-faced girl approached, her eyes soft with concern. "This is an exam room. You should leave before you get into trouble," she whispered to Ayla, mistaking her for a lost youngling. Ayla's smile was gentle but firm, a flicker of pride in her eyes. "I'm here for the Jedi Initiate exam, too," she declared, her voice carrying a quiet strength that stilled the murmurs around them. Peter watched, enjoying the shocked looks that she received. Before any questions could be asked, suddenly, the door creaked open once more, admitting Grand Master Yoda into the room. His presence commanded immediate respect, a wave of bows sweeping through the room. All except for Peter and Ayla, who remained upright, their familiarity with Yoda evident in their relaxed demeanors. After all, unlike everyone else, Peter and Ayla are from the Bear clan, which is led by Yoda himself. They get to see him every day. Meanwhile, the rest of the room could count on a single hand how many times they'd even caught a glimpse of the Grand Master. Yoda's gaze swept over the students, a small smile gracing his lips as he passed by Peter and Ayla. Reaching the front of the room, he stood silent for a moment, his eyes twinkling with an ancient wisdom. "4 parts, this exam has," he began, his voice steady and clear. "Pass the first to continue, you must." With a flick of his wrist, a bunch of data pads levitated from behind the desk, floating gracefully to each participant. The room fell into a hushed anticipation as the tests landed in front of them. Yoda's next words were simple: "A test of knowledge, the first part is, Begin, you may." With that, the room dove into silence, each youngling bent over their data pads, getting straight to work. Peter glanced at Ayla, offering her an encouraging nod. She returned it with a confident look, her fingers tapping away on the data pad. As the first test concluded, a hush settled over the examination room. The data pads tallied the grades in real time, their screens flashing with the results. For Peter and Ayla, the outcome was hardly a surprise, both had passed with ease. But, as the names of those who hadn't made the cut were called out, a somber mood swept through the remaining candidates. 10 hopefuls, heads bowed in disappointment, shuffled out of the room, their dreams of becoming Jedi Padawans delayed until next year. With the room now thinned, the air felt lighter, yet charged with a new tension. Yoda, small in stature but immense in presence, gestured towards the door, his voice carrying a simple instruction: "Follow, you will." Peter and Ayla exchanged a quick glance before joining the procession, curiosity and anticipation quickening their steps. The group was led to a large open room with high ceilings, starkly different from the cramped confines of the previous classroom. Filling this new room was a maze of rocks and boulders, ranging from minuscule to monumental. Yoda made his way to the center of the room, stood between dozens of boulders. With a calm focus, he stretched out his hands, and the rocks began to rise, levitating the small Grand Master. The display of power was breathtaking, a vivid demonstration of the Force's potential. As the rocks hovered, Yoda's voice cut through the odd silence. "Lift, you must, as many as you can. In unison, they should float. Weight of each, noted it is. Tally your scores, we will." The task was clear, yet daunting. To manipulate the Force with such precision and strength was no small feat. The room buzzed with nervous energy as the examinees glanced at one another, some confident, others apprehensive. Peter, on the other hand, didn't seem worried at all, his gaze locked onto a boulder the size of a house. "Go big or go home, right?" With a steady gait, Peter Quill stepped forward, bypassing the smaller rocks that most participants had already set their sights upon. Instead, he stationed himself confidently before a colossal boulder, one that dwarfed the others in both size and challenge. The talk among the participants quickly turned into disbelief and criticism. "Is he serious? That thing's huge." One voice scoffed. "He's lost his mind," chimed another, the doubt palpable in the air. Amidst the rising tide of skepticism, Ayla's frown deepened. She couldn't stand the negativity directed at Peter. With a fire in her eyes, she shouted, "You can do it, Peter. Show them what you're made of." Yoda, observing from a distance, simply raised an eyebrow, his expression one of curiosity rather than doubt, silently awaiting the outcome of Peter's bold choice. Catching Ayla's supportive cry, Peter offered her a reassuring wink before his expression morphed into one of intense concentration. Closing his eyes, he harnessed the advice once imparted by his Sith Master, repeatedly telling himself, the boulder weighs no more than a feather. As he raised his hands, a palpable tension filled the room. Moments later, the massive boulder trembled, then astonishingly, it began to rise, hovering 2 meters off the ground. The room fell into stunned silence, the air thick with disbelief. Even Yoda appeared momentarily taken aback, though his surprise soon melted into a smile of pride and admiration for Peter's remarkable feat. "Yes, I knew you could do it." Ayla cheered excitedly, her voice slicing through the shock that had muted the crowd. However, Peter wasn't finished. Fueled by the success of his initial endeavor, he turned his focus to 6 more boulders, each of significant size as well. One by one, they lifted from the ground, joining the first in a mesmerizing aerial ballet. Instantly, the crowd's astonishment deepened into awe, including both Ayla and Yoda. But as the seconds ticked by, Peter's body began to tremble, showing signs of strain. His face, edged with effort, signaled his growing fatigue. Recognizing his limits, he gently lowered the boulders back to the ground, opening his eyes to meet the sea of shocked and awed faces around him. "So who's next?" C-19 Jedi Initiate Exam, 2 halves. After Peter's demonstration, the examination room brimmed with a newfound energy. His peers, motivated by his audacious display, approached the test with vigor, each striving to prove their own worth. Yet, despite their efforts, none could overshadow the spectacle that Peter had created. The boulders, which to others seemed immovable, had only budged under his command, setting a benchmark far beyond reach. As almost everyone had their turn, their scores tallied up and recorded. Soon enough, the attention shifted as Ayla stepped forward. As the youngest among them, she faced nothing but skepticism from her peers. Her focus, however, was unyielding. Approached a set of sizable rocks and small boulders, her face morphing into a look of serious concentration. As she extended her hands, the stones stirred, lifting smoothly off the ground. One by one, they ascended, orbiting around her in a display of force control that silenced the room. Her performance, while not as grandiose as Peter's, was precise, measured, and undeniably powerful. When the last stone settled back onto the floor, a respectful silence enveloped the room, a collective acknowledgement of her undeniable skill. Peter's eyes sparkled with pride as he watched Ayla. "You did amazing, Ayla." Her achievement was a direct testament to their hard work throughout the past week. As the results were announced, another wave of disappointment washed over the room. 5 more examinees were asked to leave, having failed to meet the test's requirements. Peter watched them go, a twinge of sympathy in his heart. But on a happier note, Ayla finished in 2nd place, only topped by Peter's monstrous score. Seeing an 8-year-old child ahead of them seemed to shatter the preconceptions of her peers, earning her a newfound respect among the examinees. The air was thick with anticipation as the remaining participants awaited the next test, their breaths held in suspense. Yoda walks over, his eyes sweeping over the crowd. "The 3rd test, a dueling competition it will be. Assess your ability, I will," he announced. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, a blend of confidence, anxiety, and raw determination. Among the participants, Ayla's face was the image of nervous anticipation. The training with Peter, rigorous and demanding, had pushed her to new limits, but the uncertainty of real combat worried her. Peter noticed her unease, offering a pat on the head and a reassuring smile that seemed to say, "You've got this." A simple gesture, yet it was enough to calm her nerves. Peter himself was the epitome of confidence. His experiences sparring with Ravan and other Jedi Masters had honed his skills to a fine edge. The prospect of facing his peers in combat didn't worry him one bit. If anything, he was curious how they would fare against him. Suddenly, the announcement took a turn as Yoda added, "The victor, the privilege to choose their own master will be granted, should they pass the final test and become a Padawan." Instantly, a wave of exhilaration swept through the crowd. The opportunity to choose one's master was unheard of, a direct path to avoiding the heartache of rejection, a fear that lingered in the back of every youngling's mind. After all, stories of Padawans left unchosen were all too common in the Jedi Temple, tales that had sown seeds of doubt and fear in every soon-to-be Padawan. Ayla's gaze swept across the hopeful faces, sensing their eagerness, their dreams hanging on the precipice of this moment. Yet, a pang of empathy tugged at her heart. These hopeful kids, unaware of the force they were about to confront, had never seen Peter in his element, as they weren't a part of the Bear clan. Peter, catching her gaze turning to him, offered a devilish smile, an unspoken acknowledgement of the storm that was about to descend on the unsuspecting younglings. These kids had no idea how screwed they really were. With the third test explained, silence enveloped the room as Grand Master Yoda turned his attention to the space before them. With a gentle raise of his hands, the very air seemed to thrum with his power. The children watched, wide-eyed and mouths agape, as dozens and dozens of rocks and boulders, each varying in size and shape, began to levitate. It was far more than he had lifted in his earlier demonstration as well, making Peter wonder just seeing Yoda really was. He seems stronger than the Yoda I saw in the movies. Effortlessly, as if conducting an orchestra, Yoda arranged the floating geological wonders into the semblance of an arena. The rocks and boulders interlocked, creating boundaries that transformed the room into a makeshift arena. Turning back to the assembly of young hopefuls, Yoda's gaze lingered on Peter, whose performance in the previous tests had not gone unnoticed. With a nod, Yoda addressed him, "Since first place in the second test you have secured, not fight until the last match, you will." Basically, he was granting Peter a bye for the tournament, securing him a position in the grand finals. Instantly, murmurs of discontent and jealousy rippled through the crowd of examinees, some bold enough to voice their complaints. But the decision of Master Yoda was as unmoving as the stones that now formed their arena. Unbeknownst to them, Yoda's decree was a mercy disguised as favoritism. Having led the Bear Clan and sparred with Peter on multiple occasions, Yoda understood that Peter's skill with a lightsaber was far beyond their own. In sparing them an early defeat at his hands, Yoda was offering them the chance to demonstrate their own abilities without facing the insurmountable challenge that was Peter Quill. After all, although this is a tournament-style competition, they didn't have to win in order to pass the test. A loss in the first round could still constitute a passing grade as long as their abilities are up to Yoda's standards. And on the other side of that coin, the winner of the grand finals could still fail to pass the test if they show qualities that Yoda finds unbecoming of a Jedi Padawan, such as aggressive behavior. As the crowd calmed, the first two fighters were called upon. Ayla Secura and Aurra Singh. Yoda's voice, though soft, carried a weight that immediately drew eyes towards the named younglings. Ayla, flinching as her name was called, her heart pounding, and Aurra, a humanoid girl with skin as pale as paper, who walked into the arena with a swagger that spoke volumes of her confidence. Insert picture of Aurra Singh here. Peter noticed Ayla's anxious gaze. With a gentle pat on her back, he leaned in, his voice a blend of comfort and mischief. "You got this, Ayla. Just remember what we practiced," he encouraged, his smile warm and comforting. As she drew in a deep, steadying breath, he added with a sly grin, "And hey, while you're at it, make sure to wipe the floor with her." A snort of laughter broke from Ayla, the tension in her shoulders easing as Peter's words worked their magic. With newfound confidence, she stepped into the arena, her focus narrowing to the figure waiting for her. Taking a breath, she glanced back at Peter, who responded with a thumbs up and an encouraging smile, fueling her resolve. As the two competitors faced each other, Yoda approached, two training sabers levitating serenely behind him. The Grand Master, now the referee, commanded a respect that quieted even the most eager murmurs from the spectators. After listing off the rules, Yoda instructed Ayla and Aurra to bow to each other, an act of mutual respect before their inevitable clash. Handing them their sabers, he stepped back, and with a nod, the duel began. Aurra Singh made the first move, igniting her sword as she rushed forward, smashing toward Ayla's right shoulder. Ayla, initially on the defensive, parried the attack, her movements swift as she attempted a counter-attack. The clash of their sabers filled the arena, each hit a testament to their skill and determination. Ayla's strategy was to outmaneuver, using her agility to stay one step ahead of Aurra's seemingly aggressive assaults. She ducked and weaved, finding openings to counterattack, her blue saber a blur of motion. Aurra, undeterred, pressed on, her own saber strikes aiming to overpower her opponent. Peter watched from the sidelines, wincing every time Ayla was struck and perking up every time she landed a strike of her own, the entire battle a roller coaster of ups and downs. As the fight dragged on, Ayla, seizing a fleeting moment, kicked out her opponent's left leg, leaving Aurra momentarily off balance, an opening in her aggressive fighting style. Capitalizing on this, Ayla landed a decisive, yet controlled, strike against Aurra's head, sending her sprawling to the floor and marking the end of the match. Instantly, the room erupted into applause, a mix of relief and admiration at the display of skill and sportsmanship. Ayla, panting but victorious, offered Aurra a hand to help her up, a kind gesture of camaraderie. Aurra, on the other hand, wasn't taking her lose to a girl 4 years younger than her very well. So instead of accepting Ayla's hand, she slapped it away and stood up on her own. Yoda frowned as the slap echoed across the arena, his face marred in disappointment. Aura seemed to notice this as well, her white cheeks reddening in embarrassment and shame as she looked around the room, realizing that everyone was staring in her direction. Humiliated by her behavior, Aura fled the room, tears threatening to breach her proud exterior. As she ran off, Peter felt a stir of compassion and was about to follow, but Ayla beat him to it. Ayla dashed after her former opponent, full of concern, she exclaimed, "I'll be right back." Yoda's response was a smile, his eyes twinkling with approval at Ayla's display of camaraderie and understanding. Peter, witnessing this, shrugged off his initial impulse to chase after Aura, trusting Ayla to handle the situation. As the first duel concluded, Yoda resumed the tournament, methodically calling out names for the next matchups. The competitors stepped forward, each carrying the weight of their ambitions into the makeshift arena. Midway through the tournament, the doors swung open to reveal Ayla and Aura, now side by side, their earlier confrontation seemingly dissolved into a budding friendship. Their return was a pleasant surprise, especially for Peter, who was genuinely happy to see Ayla making friends other than himself. Good, it's a girl too. Peter was relieved, as he knew Ayla needed someone to go to for women-related questions and problems. Wait, do Twi'leks even go through puberty like humans do? He didn't know, but either way, he was happy for his friend. As Aura hesitantly glanced toward Yoda, who noticed her arrival, she found a kind, understanding smile on his green face, which surprised her. She expected a lot worse, but it seemed she wasn't in too much trouble. With Ayla back, the tournament pressed on until finally, the grand finals arrived, a duel between Peter Quill and Ayla Secura. Ayla, having displayed a remarkable streak of victories since her return, faced Peter with a mix of resolve and anticipation. She knew that she couldn't win, but this duel was her moment to show Peter all that she's learned from him. As they took their positions, the room hushed, the weight of the final duel pressing down on the spectators. Peter offered Ayla an encouraging nod, "Show me what you got. I don't want to see any holding back." "I won't," Ayla replied, clearly taking this fight very seriously. The duel commenced with Yoda's gentle command, the air crackling with the ignited saber's hum. Ayla, agile and determined, boldly launched the first strike. Her saber, a blur of blue, arced towards Peter, who parried with effortless grace, his movements fluid and measured. Peter admired Ayla's technique, her improvements evident in each thrust and parry. However, his experience and skill as a duelist allowed him to anticipate her moves, countering with precision that left little room for her to advance. Ayla, undeterred, pressed on, her every attack fierce and unyielding. She maneuvered around Peter, seeking any opening, her saber dancing in a whirlwind of light. But Peter wouldn't be beaten so easily, his counterattacks a gentle reminder of the gap in their abilities. The duel lasted far longer than any other, as soon enough, Peter began calling out Ayla's mistakes as she continued her onslaught. "Rotate your hips." That last strike was far too weak, he corrected, his demeanor calm and collected, easily batting away every single strike she could throw at him. The crowd watched in shock, finally realizing why Yoda showed Peter such favoritism. He was on a whole other level compared to them. And worst of all, the strongest of them all, Ayla, was being taught during their match like this was some sort of spar between master and disciple. As the duel continued, soon enough, Ayla began to run out of steam, her breath quickening as fatigue started to show. Spotting this, Peter appeared beside her in a burst of force-enhanced speed, striking at her sword hand, knocking her saber into the air as it clattered on the floor. "The winner, we have," Yoda announced, gesturing to Peter. Holding his sword to her neck, Peter smiled, "You've improved a lot since our last spar. I'm proud of you." Ayla, though bested, smiled, her face lighting up in excitement as Peter's words echoed in her ears. Slapping his saber aside, she leaped forward, wrapped him in a tight hug. Returning her hug, Peter glanced over at Yoda, knowing that shows of affection, like this one, are frowned upon in the Jedi Order. But funnily enough, Yoda was literally looking the other way, pretending as if he didn't see them. Frowning, Peter began to regret all of the times he was paranoid of Yoda, deciding to put a little bit more trust and faith in him in the future. But I should still be careful. After all, not all Jedi are so lenient and understanding when it comes to the rules. As yet another line of failed students left the room, Ayla's new friend among them, only a couple dozen examinees remained, including Peter and Ayla, of course. Drawing everyone's attention to himself, Yoda spoke, explaining the final part of exam. Tomorrow, the last test will be, the gathering, it is. Your bags, pack, you must. Leave for Ilum, we will. A/N, 2418 words, smiley face. Chapter 20, C20 Lightsaber. 1/2. The next day. The early dawn light filtered through the windows of the Jedi Temple, casting long shadows on the faces of Peter, Ayla, and their fellow examinees as they boarded the ship bound for Ilum. The excitement and nervous anticipation were palpable among the group, each initiate carrying their own thoughts and questions about the upcoming test known only as the Gathering. Yoda, leading the group, remained silent about what awaited them on Ilum, unwilling to give a single hint on the matter. This silence only fueled the curiosity within Peter, who, despite his knowledge of Star Wars lore, found Ilum to be a mystery. His memories of Earth and his life before provided no clarity, only some recollection of scenes from the movies that hinted at Ilum being planet, which wasn't helpful at all. The journey through space was a quiet one, with many of the younglings lost in their own thoughts or attempting to meditate. Peter's attention, however, was soon captured by the presence of two individuals near Yoda, Yaddle and her 20-year-old Padawan, Shak Ti. The latter, a Togruta woman with striking orange skin and an aura of calm confidence, drew Peter's gaze like a moth to flame. Insert picture of Shak Ti here. His eyes roamed over her, admiration and preteen hormones mixing in a way that left him momentarily forgetful of his surroundings as he ogled her body. Before he even knew what happened, his eyes were drawn to her thick curves, her outfit particularly revealing. Shak Ti, sensing his stare, turned towards him, catching his eye. Peter, emboldened or perhaps reckless, offered a flirtatious wink, which was met with a small, flattered laugh before she averted her gaze, dismissing Peter as nothing more than a *RNY kid. Peter, realizing what he had just done, felt a little embarrassed, but that was quickly overshadowed by the thrill of it all. He couldn't help but continue to steal glances in Shak Ti's direction, each look a mixture of admiration and a burgeoning awareness of his own hormones, which he attributed to the confusing maze of adolescent puberty. Ayla, seated beside Peter, observed his distracted state. Her gaze followed his, landing on Shak Ti. Confusion marred her features as she attempted to understand what was happening, the whole scenario seeming so alien to her. Why is he looking at her like that? She wondered, amused by the dumb look on his face. After what seemed like an eternity suspended in the bright tunnel of hyperspace travel, the ship finally slowed, returning to the inky darkness of space. As the ship exited hyperspace, suddenly, a collective gasp filled the cabin as the viewports illuminated with the breathtaking sight of Ilum. The planet, shrouded in an unending blanket of snow and ice, shone like a jewel against the darkness of space, its pristine white surface reflecting the distant sun's light. For a moment, the excitement of seeing such a sight caused the children on board to forget about the upcoming test. Like a tide, they surged toward the windows, eager eyes wide with wonder. Even Ayla excitedly rushed over as she dragged Peter through the crowd for a better view. Catching a glimpse of the planet, Peter couldn't help but let out a low whistle. "Wow, it's beautiful," he murmured in admiration. The planet's serene beauty, with its endless snowfields sparkling under the sun's glow, was mesmerizing. As the awe-inspiring moment held everyone's rapt attention, a familiar voice, wise and with an undertone of warmth, broke the silence. "Welcome. Arrived, we have. Ilum, this is," Yoda announced, his gaze sweeping over the group of prospective Padawans. The frigid air of Ilum greeted Peter and the assembly of young Force sensitives as they disembarked from their vessel, following closely behind Yoda, Yaddle, and Shak Ti. The icy wind bit through their clothing, a harsh welcome to the sacred Jedi temple that stood as a solitary beacon amidst the endless expanse of snow and ice. Despite the cold, Peter couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement coursing through him, a feeling mirrored in the wide eyes and eager expressions of the children around him. Once inside the temple, the chill was quickly forgotten as Yoda began to speak. "Gathered here, we are, for a tradition as old as the Jedi, the Gathering, this is." His gaze swept over the group, pausing on Peter for a moment. "Alone, you must venture into the caves of Ilum. A kyber crystal, you will find, attuned to you, This crystal, for your lightsaber it will be." At the mention of lightsabers, a wave of excitement washed over the children, their previous discomfort forgotten. Even Peter felt his heart racing at the thought of wielding his own lightsaber, an energy sword like no other, and one of the coolest weapons in fiction. Yoda continued, delving into the lore of the kyber crystal and the lightsaber. Long ago, vied for the galaxy's soul, the Sith and Jedi did. At the heart of unimaginable weapons of power, kyber crystals were. Yaddle then took the floor, her voice carrying a soothing yet authoritative tone. Kyber crystals are gems of rare ability, focusing and amplifying energy. Found on planets rich in force energy, like the one you now stand on. Clear they start, but align with the force, they do, changing color to reflect their master's nature. Yoda continued where she left off. Shakti, graceful and poised, stepped forward to demonstrate, her lightsaber disassembling in midair for all to see. Energy flows through the crystal, through you. Your lightsaber is not merely a blade but a current of power, she explained, showing each piece that made her saber. A lightsaber is simply a power cell, casing, focusing lens, emitter, and the kyber crystal at its heart. Yoda nodded sagely as he turned to the assembly. A symbol, the lightsaber is, he began, his eyes locking with Peter's. Of a Jedi's connection to the Force, it speaks. A focus for our discipline, for our commitment, it serves. Remember this, you must. Yaddle's voice followed after him once again. Seek not power, but to stand against the dark. Our choice of weapon, the lightsaber, reflects this. It is a symbol of our intention, training, and precision. A reminder that, though we wield great power and could cause untold destruction, we choose not to. The lightsaber speaks of our role not as destroyers but as protectors. The children listened, captivated by the philosophy behind the Jedi's chosen weapon. It was clear to them that the lightsaber was more than just a tool of combat, it was a declaration of the Jedi's principles, a commitment to peace and justice, wielded with intention and restraint. On the other hand, Peter felt a bit differently. It's a laser sword. Just say what it is, a weapon. He thought, mentally rolling his eyes. Peter felt like they were just trying to justify why they needed a lightsaber, making up some convoluted, flowery worded reasons that satisfied their Jedi sensibilities. After all, they could still be Jedi without the lightsabers, but at the end of the day, they just want a Bada's energy sword, which Peter could definitely relate to. He just won't waste his time making up all sorts of bullshit reason to convince himself that it's okay. Whatever, they can tell themselves whatever they want, Peter shrugged uncaringly. The next day, Peter, Ayla, and their fellow Padawans-to-be, stood before a huge frozen waterfall outside the Jedi Temple. They had spent almost 12 hours simply getting to Ilum yesterday, so they ended up getting a good night's sleep before the final test would begin. As the sun's rays pierced the early morning sky above the temple, a dazzling spectacle unfolded. A beam of light, guided through a gap in the temple's highest tower, struck a colossal kyber crystal, which focused and amplified the sun's energy onto the frozen waterfall that guarded the entrance to the crystal caves. And moments later, the ice began to melt, revealing the path to the heart of the caves. Peter watched in awe. This was at the beginning of their true test, a rite of passage that every Jedi must go through to claim their kyber crystal. And to get his energy sword. I hope I get a cool color, he thought, eager to get in there and find his crystal already. Truthfully, I'll take anything but green. Remember, Yoda's voice echoed, quickly find your crystal, you must, for wait, the waterfall will not. Hearing Yoda's reminder, Peter noticed that the waterfall kept trying to flow and freeze over again, but the beam of sunlight from the tower was keeping it melted, allowing them to get in and out. That won't last more than an hour, Peter guessed, knowing he won't have much time, though he doubted Yoda was telling the whole truth. There's no way he'd leave us trapped in there. Telling himself that wouldn't happen, Peter suddenly felt something tugging at his robes. Turning, he saw a nervous and frightened Ayla, staring into the open cave, subconsciously grasping his clothes for comfort. It's going to be all right. Peter reached over and pulled her into a one-armed side hug, breaking Ayla from her frightened state. We're going to go in there, overcome whatever's waiting for us, and find our crystals, got it? Feeling all of her nerves and fears easing up, Ayla smiled up at Peter, okay, we can do this. I can do this. Yoda smiled as he watched the scene unfold, proud of his Bear Clan members. Good, now let's get in there. Peter was the first to walk into the cave, Ayla following shortly after him. I can't wait to make my lightsaber. One by one, they descended into the catacombs, the caverns swallowing their figures whole. The group was encouraged to make haste, for as Yoda had warned, the passage would soon be sealed once more by ice. The labyrinthine tunnels of the crystal caves were unlike anything Peter had ever seen. The walls, covered in shining crystals, thrummed with an energy that seemed alive, almost breathing. After walking for minutes on end, Peter met yet another dead end, the cave seemingly playing tricks on him. This is starting to get annoying. As he was muttering to himself, suddenly, the cavern's tranquility was shattered by a sensation that made Peter's spine tingle. It was as if the cave's very air thickened, the temperature dropping a few more degrees. Out of nowhere, a shadow, vast and imposing, stretched along the icy floor, enveloping him. Peter's heart pounded in his chest as he slowly turned around, half expecting to face some alien ice creature. But instead, standing there, bathed in the dim glow of the cave's crystals, was a figure so unexpected, it made Peter recoil backwards. Before him stood a grey-haired man with a full beard, his features sharp and commanding, his blue eyes piercing through the cave with an intensity that felt almost tangible. Insert picture of Ego here. Peter Ego began, his voice vibrating through the very walls of the cavern. I've been looking everywhere for you, son.
Thanks for listening.